Hey guys, let's try this again. I am Tim with Tabletop Terrors, and this is a Copper Jackals incursion. I'm going to jump right in. Chris, you can't really see. There's something in your eyes. Something, it feels like dirt, but it smells like ash. And as you begin to open them, your eyes are blurry and out of focus. You're trying to remember exactly where you are, but you know that it's dark. And you don't think it should be. You feel heat, though you hear no sound. And as your eyes begin to take in and focus, you start to see carnage. This is the site of some sort of bomb blast. You look down at your right hand, and it's missing a couple or a few fingers. You can't tell because of the blood. What is going through your mind as you take in this carnage?
Eric kind of pushes himself up and he takes his hand that he's just not really sure what's going on with, and he goes to rub his face. And normally when you would, your fingers kind of rub across your eye, and it's at that moment that he realizes his middle finger and ring finger are missing and chunks of his of his thumb, because it's more of like this kind of move. Realizing that it's useless, he turns over his hand and just smashes his wrist into his eye, knocking out what he can. And after a few moments, the dizziness subsides and the sound of ringing falls back. He blinks his eyes a few times. He still can't quite make out where he is. There's that smell clinging to the air. There's something more. It's death. A smell that Merrick knows. Not only because he's a copper jackal, but because he's a blighter. He moves over to where a body is and gets close. It's an initiate. Someone he didn't even take the time to learn his name. Dead. Lyric stands up and looks for anyone else. The copper jackals can't go like this. He can't be the last one.
And as you survey this area of Uldane that you've been tasked with surveying and gathering information about, it looks different. It looks bleaker, darker. Something's wrong. And not too far off, you see Heliodoro. Jake, I'm not sure how someone of your reflexes and stamina would have responded to an explosion like this. But I do know that there is a powerful pain behind your mask. And as you see in the reflective surface of one of your gauntlets, as you hold it up to sort of look, you can see that it's split and blood pumps from an open wound in your head. What's going through your mind?
Heliodoro tuned into his reflexes like a finely tuned instrument. In the instant of the explosion, with such a sudden shock coming from all directions at once, he did the only instinctual thing that he could do, and he activated his copper flight and shot straight up into the sky, trying to outrace the explosion. But even his finely honed reflexes were nothing compared to the force of this explosion, as the debris that went sailing through the air rocketed past him, and something, he doesn't know what, just nailed him in the back of the head, almost knocking his mask, which he has not removed in years, almost knocking it from his head. And as he's looking around, and he can kind of see, as you said, in the reflection of his gauntlet, and he's turning it, he sees another reflection and turns and looks down, and where they were before, the scene has completely transformed into this chaos of bodies and debris and smoke. And he releases his flight ability and lets himself use his reflexes to begin slowly falling, descending back towards the earth to see how everyone else is.
And as you do this, as you sort of go to fly, the air feels thick and putrid, different, wrong. And it affects the way that you fly, even as though your ability is fighting something unnatural. Who do you see of these players? Who do you see in your eyesight next?
So as he's descending and he's feeling this pull enlarge, he casts his eyes about, and the first person that he sees is actually Merrick moving around, and he sees him kind of doing this, wiping his face, and he sees the blood and maybe the moment of disorientation. He immediately casts his eyes over and sees, perhaps, I imagine, just beginning to pick herself up off the ground. He sees Flare singed and covered in debris.
And Flare, you go to stand. But all is not right. As the bones of your leg protrude from it, your foot is barely hanging on to your body. What is going through your mind as you go to stand up, and probably do so braced against your armor, realizing that your foot is hanging on by a thread?
I open my mouth, and the first thing that comes out is not a scream or a grunt, but a white, cold mist from my nose, from my throat. It makes ice crystals on the mud and the grass underneath me, and I smile. Good. I'm still alive. I look down, and I see through the smoke and through the bloody water my leg. And I tried to stand first, but when I fell again, two thoughts came to mind. Either I lost it completely, or it was broken. I was wrong both ways. Somehow I met in the middle, and I can see that my ankle is just a little bit more than ligament and tendon right now, and then I can see the foot underneath it. I want to scream out in pain, but I realize I feel none. It's either adrenaline or magic or some combination of the two that's stopping it for the moment, but I know that's temporary. I know where it comes. I will scream, but before that point, I need to find out what's happening. I reach out with my right hand, I grip at the air, and I close my eyes. And I try to pierce through the fog that is clouding my mind, the same fog that I am now kind of whirling around my wrist, that I'm gathering to my palm, and I whisper the word Northwind. And as I say that, the blade manifests from the aether, from my very spirit, icy blue in color, star steel pure, and I grab it by the loose wrappings, the loose leather wrappings of the handle, and I use it to pick myself up just barely as I lean against it. It's not enough. My eyes scan the horizon. I see Merrick wiping his face. I see Heliodor landing. I smile again. I'm reminded vaguely of that time when we went to the Howling Gray, how much of a mistake that was, how dangerous that had been, those hundreds of vampires and ghouls and zombies. We were a bit worse for wear now, but not by much. As I see the clouds of smoke and mortar and brimstone covering the battlefield that was not always a battlefield, and I see how nebulous there are, a word comes to my lips. Nimbus. And I whisper that word again to myself, Nimbus. Nimbus was the man we were here to protect, the man whose entire purpose we were building this mission around. And suddenly I become frantic as I look back and forth, not looking for my allies who I'm sure are alive, but looking for the man whose mission, whose mission this truly is.
And Nimbus wears a distinct blue cloak. It would be evident anywhere. And as we see, Nimbus, luckily, is lying in a heap next to Tyriel. And as we sweep over and see that heap, we pass Nimbus and Tyriel, the man you're supposed to protect. You don't know what shape he's in. You don't know if he's alive or dead, but we move into the ruins. We move further and we see a corpse. Someone who's dead. And then the skeletal face from the carnage opens its eyes. This is an undead. This is a Sarek of Dragon Grin, made of bone flesh, somewhere between living and dying. Nicodemus, as you lay there, your vision is blurred. You begin to sit up, and your teeth are knocked out from the center of your head to the far right. A thick, black, purplish ichor spills from your eye socket. What's going through your mind as you sit bolt upright?
I think Nicodemus would sit slowly. He would kind of feel around. He would notice that, like you said, that purple ichor on the side and kind of throw it down. He would notice his teeth broken out. But they don't have much use for him in this state. But he would, again, be kind of feeling around, make sure everything is still there. He doesn't feel like most other creatures of Dragongrim. He would get to his chest, and as he opens his cloak, it will reveal ribs, just bones. And on the left side, there would be a chunk of debris that has lodged itself between a few of his ribs. He would take his skeletal hand and he would grab it. And it would take a few yanks, but he would get it out. And he would drop it on the ground. As he slowly stood up, and he thought to himself, I've seen something like this before. I hope this ends better than that.
And as you think this, the first sound that any of you hear in this silence and the smallest fracture, the smallest fragment splits at your foot, Nicodemus. And it thrusts as the ground begins to crack. And it begins to crack everywhere. And a particularly jagged, visceral crack bolts and starts to spiral toward Tyriel. And Tyriel, instinctively, your hand is at your throat, which has been all but slit. There's a piece of debris in your neck coming from one side and out the other. But you are aware of this cracking. And as your eyes open, you see the deep azure robes of the man you're here to protect. And you see, luckily, that he's next to you. How does Tyriel respond to all of this?
So copper eyes blink once, twice. He's awake. They gleam behind his helm. Tyriel tries to take a shuddering breath. but the debris lodged in his neck is causing difficulties, such difficulties. And then in horror, he sees this crack approaching, and he sees the target that they had sworn to protect. He's under debris, half trapped. And with immense strength, he heaves as hard as he can to lift some rocks off himself, to try and drag himself closer, and all the time, through staggered, gasping breaths, he simply growls, "Nimbus!"
And Nimbus smiles at you. Or at least he's smiling. And his body is there as you lift this debris, and it makes a stir. There should be more sound in this place. There should be more reaction, but it's a dead place. It's a wrong place. And you see the smile sort of across his face. And as you sort of go to heave him up yourself, you realize that he's just a torso. You don't know where his legs are. And his azure blue robes fade into a deep purple as they shred and tatter. And immediately, pieces of the ground around you, all of you, begin to drop out as though you're standing on some great puzzle. And I want everyone to give me an Arcana check. Sound is slowly returning to this place as though the pain and the death was feeding off of the silence, this black silence. And you start to hear, "Help! Help me, oh God, help me!" And then you start to hear it from a different area. "Help! Help me! I'm still alive!" And you start to hear these shouts, these cries of these copper jackal initiates who are on this mission with you. It seems like they're coming from everywhere. And the ground is very literally falling out of beneath you in these great silent chunks. And Tyriel, you understand where you are. You don't know how you got here. But you understand that whatever explosion happened, whatever caused this, has sent all of you to a place known only as the Desolation. In some worlds far, far away, this place is whispered of as the Shadowfell. But the Desolation holds creatures and things dark, disgusting, and powerful. And as you hear these cries, you see, actually, Heliodoro, you see, I think his name was Maris. Maris, he was a young monk, and he was just becoming a jackal. And you see as the ground starts to shake, and as he stands up and starts to dust himself off, he picks up his arm and looks at it in shock and doesn't get a chance to meet your eyes as the ground beneath him falls. The ground in the Desolation is being eaten up by the darkness. Above you, you see a rip back to where you were before the explosion. Near you, in the distance, you see areas that are trying to break through. This is not a natural manifestation. This has been implanted onto the prime material plane, exploded there. This explosion, this concussion, has fractured our reality and made a death blossom. and you are in it. You have exactly 6 rounds to get out, or you will be in here forever. There are 12 copper jackal initiates nearby. If you don't get them out, they will be dead forever. The timer starts now. Roll initiative. Marquise, how's that leg doing?
Amidst all the destruction, excuse me, as I understand what's happening, I have long since studied many different things about our world. I take a deep breath, and as I take that deep breath, the coldness of the world around me chills my mind and calms me down. And I go to one knee, and I put just the barest tip of my finger onto the blood-stained ruin that is my ankle, and I whisper a word, a name, a fragment of Titan speak that even I only barely understand. And as I do, ice itself blossoms from within the bone, and it freezes over the blood and the veins. And while this would be a very stupid decision normally, I know that Tyrael can undo any damage done, as I literally freeze my foot to my leg to prevent it from falling off in all its destruction.
And you do so. And mechanically, due to the blast, you're all at half of your hit points plus your Constitution modifier. Good luck. Tyrael, explain to me what goes through your mind as you lift the torso of the man who is supposed to be the expert in this area and basically like prop it on yourself here.
So Tyrael, he is a powerful figure, and as he lifts Nimbus, he is completely caught unawares by how light he is. And then that sudden dawning realization that he is holding simply the torso of this man who is dead in his arms, and Tyrael taking in the gap that is hanging high above them and the disaster that awaits all of them if they do not come together is dawning upon him. He simply drops Nimbus. Staring around, he looks to the rest of his copper jackals and gets on the attunement. Jackals, we need to form together. We need to organize. We need to make sure that we get as many of them out of here as possible. We do not have much time. Let us act.
I'll leave it up to you narratively as to where these recruits are, these jackal recruits. Some of them are active, some of them are mobile. Let's just have fun with it. They're going to be close to you. I have a rough idea of what's going to happen and how you can save them. Essentially, if you consider this entire area as being like if a bomb has gone off and pulled it into the Shadowfell, you're looking for rips that can get you back to the prime material plane. And you're looking to do it in 6 rounds or you will be stuck there forever. So in the initiative order, we're going to begin with Merrick.
Merrick looks around, realizing that he's missing something that's been at his side for a long time, pretty much as long as he's been running from the dismembered lord. It's a black, solid staff, and at the top of it is a fist holding a knife out sideways like this. He finds it finally underneath the body of a initiate that is just gone, completely dead. He rolls the body over, grabs the staff, and wheels it around. The crystal strikes the ground, and it starts to glow. He begins writing into the dirt, calculating, trying to figure out how big of an area this is. And he comes up with these strange abstractions, and he draws a circle, and he starts breathing out these words, and the words take physical manifestation. It's something that would be absolutely obscene to anyone else. As he breathes out, this mist comes from his mouth, forming arcane runes. in copper. He's showing copper as he casts. And Merrick is going to cast Reverse Gravity, which will be a 50-foot radius around him to go to the tear that's in the roof because he can't fly. This is his only chance. And he's going to try and take as many as he can with him.
Perfect. What's the range on that?
50-foot radius, and it goes 100-foot high.
Perfect. So here's the way that it's going to work. I have incorporated some fun here. Okay, so rather than this just being a static sort of challenge, each one of these recruits is, I'm rolling randomly on another difficulty that they're kind of involved with. For you, the one that is near you it's going to require a strength check because there is a rune atop his leg. So your reverse gravity spell is working, but what's the weight limit on it?
Let me take a look here because my shorthand script says everything.
Perfect.
So I'm hoping that debris is counted as part of that.
It is absolutely. If it is, then that's perfect. So then let me know if this needs to change. But essentially, now in that 50-foot radius, all of the other jackals, I will allow you to use these as stairs, this debris that's rising, as well as, unfortunately, corpses. As this debris and everything is rising in this 50-foot area, we'll say that there's one sliver big enough for one person to get out of once you get up there. So, Chris, that means you, one recruit, and I'm just going to keep it very simple. We're going to call it Recruit 1, just for the sake of mechanics, and I'll do it 1 through 12. Recruit 1 is floating up with you in this 50-foot radius. For the sake of flavor and challenge, I'm going to say that nobody else, none of the other jackals or recruits is in that. Do you think that's fair?
Okay. The only thing I'd like to add is hopefully I'm close enough to Tyriel because I want the body of our ward to go with us.
Sure. So we'll say that you're close enough.
Because what I'd like to do is basically send the recruit first and then me linger long enough to go get that body and drag it with me out.
Totally. That's fair with me if that's cool with Tyriel. Cool. So then we'll say yes. So as his gaping, bleeding wound of a neck, and as he's holding this former expert, all the two jackals, Tyriel and Merrick, as well as the two, one recruit and then Nimbus, are floating up towards this sliver of a portal. We'll say that the sliver, for the sake of being able to get to it, is sort of rippling in and out. So it can vary. It's about 50 to 60 feet, just like crackling, staticky kind of energy. Excellent. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
No, he's gonna begin movement towards the body, kind of clutching the staff with this hand that is missing fingers, realizing how difficult this task that was so simple for so many years has become.
Perfect. Next is Flair.
The voice of Tyriel, our leader, comes through. I smile, I put 2 fingers to my temple. Roger Dodger, and I take it off smiling. And I see in the distance the reversing power of Merrick. He always was a more powerful spellcaster than I was, and in some ways more clever, in some ways more destructive. But I do take a note from what he's doing. As the rocks and the debris and that one foolish recruit go towards that tear, I look around and I see others running and lying on the ground, some crying to themselves, others trying to seal themselves in the face of certain death. I let go of Northwind at my side, and it turns into mist, and it wraps around me, and I whisper more words to myself. This time not Titan speak, but no, words are draconic, words of pure magic itself. I feel the mist run through my body. I feel it coalesce into every pore, into every orifice. I feel myself become the mist, or at least as light as mist itself. You see, there's one difference between me and Merrick, even if he's stronger. While he can't fly, I can. As I cast my spell on myself, I begin to levitate from the ground slowly, and I focus my eyes on one jackal running. I don't communicate with him. I don't say a word to him. I don't even reach out to him through his copper. I know if I do, it's pointless. I likely just get emotions. And so I dash forward, fly forward, as quick as any dragon would be if they were still alive, if the legends were all true. Fast as lightning, not quite as deadly, and far more hopeful. As I grab one of these jackal recruits by the back of his neck, by the scuff of his collar, and I begin looking around for a tear. I see one, but underneath it, the ground falls off. I could feel the fear emanating from the recruit in my hand. I don't care about his fear. I care about getting this job done as I always have. And coldly, callously, I dash again towards the tear. I let this man go. He thinks he's going to fall into the darkness, but no. He falls back into the world from whence he came as I look around for the next recruit to save.
Perfect. And what we'll do is, what I'm going to do is actually, I didn't tell you this, but I'm deciding it now so that I think it's a little more interesting and challenging. To put a recruit through the portal is going to count as an action. So make sure you have enough actions to do it. So you put one recruit, so we'll call that recruit number 2. So recruit number 2 has gone through one of these tears. And you see, as the drop happens, as you say that you literally, he thinks, Jackal or not, he's new to this, and he doesn't understand what's happening, and he's covered in blood, and he's missing part of his shoulder. And he flies through and lands in what we hope is safety. And Tyriel, you are beginning to float along with Nimbus toward this tear. What are you thinking?
So Tyriel has actually been slightly caught unintentionally by this energy that is pulling him up towards this, up to this rift in reality. And as he is being lifted, he is able to survey the entirety of this area that is beginning to fall down into the darkness, never to be seen again. And then he spots him. He spots the recruit that he had blazingly ignored on their journey here. And a pang of guilt racks him to his core. Tyriel forces himself out of the beam that is pulling him upwards, and he drops back down. The recruit is hanging by his fingertips as more and more of this debris is dropping out, and then he drops and he falls. Tyriel, swan diving, disappears after him into the darkness. There is a beat. And then, held aloft by glowing copper wings, Tyriel explodes out of the darkness in an attempt to try and carry this guy up to the rift. And Tim, you can tell me what I need to roll if anything, like strength or something.
So essentially, what we'll do is the air in this place is a little thicker, a little heavier, but you can fly just fine. I would say that you can move your movement speed with your flight. Now, I'm guessing you're using your copper boon, yeah?
Yeah.
Right? So you're using a copper boon. Now, keep track of the usage, but essentially you can move your regular speed. So what you can do is fly 30 feet. So it's about 50 feet away. So as you do this, your copper wings, these spectral wings, are just and they're pushing. But like I said, the air is thick and it's dark and it's trying to drink your life essence. And so this recruit is sort of panicking and starts to get off me, and starts to like push. And you can tell that these are not seasoned jackals. These are new recruits. And so this recruit is fighting you. And I want you to give me a strength check to see if you can hang on to this recruit.
I shall certainly do so. That's pretty good. That's 18.
You hold on and you pull him closer to you. And you are...
Sorry.
I was just going to say, you are about 20 to 25 feet away from the portal. Tell me what that looks like.
Well, yeah, as I'm grabbing him and he's screaming, get off me, get off me! And this thing is still jammed into Tyriel's neck, so it's making him difficult to talk sense into this guy. And he just lifts him up to his, so his face is an inch from his own. And he just growls, we're going to make it. Sondora compress. And as he tries to get his way closer to the rift.
That's perfect. So is there anything else that you'd like to do on your turn?
I think that's about it, man. In all fairness, I dropped and then I came back up as well, so I think that was very generous.
Sounds great. Nicodemus, how do you respond to this as you hear the screams of someone relatively close by You can't tell exactly where it's coming from, but it's certainly behind you.
Nicodemus would notice what's going on and everything floating up. He would see his friends flying, both with wings and through arcane means. And he would go in his cloak and pull out a feather, mutter some words just under his breath, make a motion, and his feet too would slowly come up off the ground. He'll cast Fly as a 4th level spell to enable him to carry more weight. And he would turn around to, I'm assuming, the recruit behind him. And he would glare at him in these empty eyes, and he would say, "Now it is your turn. You come. You go there." And he would literally kind of float over to him, grab him, and start bringing him to the gravity well. I can go 60 feet in a round, so as far up as I could with that.
Sure. So what I'll do is we'll say, does it make sense to you that you'd kind of go at an angle?
Sure.
So like that way, because you'd get a little more distance. Because I think, let's say that where the explosion blew everybody, it would probably be about 100 feet of space around all of you that you're kind of apart here and there. So I think we'll say this turn you're in the air and you're in the trajectory to get him into the gravity well next turn.
Sure. And I think I would imagine that this guy was absolutely petrified to be this close to something that he would just looks like it's dead, like it's undead. Maybe even the smell would be a little much for him, as there is some flesh left. And he would just kind of purse his face and just kind of close his eyes and hope that he survived.
Yeah, and really, really close to your face. I mean, the way that you have him is it's like, you're like this. And he's just like, oh. I'm sorry. Heliodoro, there are several recruits around you. What are you going to do?
With one hand against the wound on the back of his head, not because he's concerned about the pain or the blood seeping out, but in frustration as he holds the back of his head, turning in a circle, looking around at the destruction that's been wrought. And as all of these actions are beginning to take and Merrick's gravity well comes into effect, Heliodoro is muttering under his breath, he is not built for recovery. He's not built for healing and rescue. He is built for damage. All of his training, all of his life has been about putting as much of his force as he can into destroying his enemies. He is one of the golden child stars of the murder arc, the moving, roving battle station of the onslaught. This is normally something that others do. Others come in and clean, they pick up the wounded, they pack up the dead. But so for a moment, he doesn't know what to do. There's nothing to hit. There's nothing to target his energies toward. And then he sees the pieces of debris begin to rise in Merrick's gravity well. Moment with another Sundera compromise. He sees as if a path is being illuminated, for he has tapped into the very essence of the sun. And it's as if not the physical manifestation, but the sun as he sees it through his eyes is illuminating a path upward towards one of these rifts. And in that path from him to this, he sees a recruit hanging on, grasping with white knuckles as he's about to fall off of another piece of the ground. And he immediately goes into a sprint, reaches down with one hand in an attempt to grab this recruit and begin, with the power of piercing bliss, his magical spear that is always on his back, he begins to effortlessly parkour up these stones and wants to take and use all of that to just doot, 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 and thrust this recruit if he's able to. So tell me if I need to do anything else in there.
Yeah, I think it would be a lot of fun if you had to treat the recruit as a thrown object. So I think that would be a blast. So what I'd love you to do is, however you think this is best, you can either do an athletics strength situation, or you can do a dex check that makes sense to you. But I would love some sort of role where you're trying to sling this dude. And I just imagine the counterweight system you're using. Like, you're so good at just moving that it's as though you're building inertia with this screaming ragdoll. So what kind of check are you going to use? And then what kind of result did you get?
I think that this is going to be, normally this kind of a thing would be strength based, but I think this counterweight system and just running up these, and with this, he's kind of forcing this recruit into the gravity well to use that release of gravity's pull. That it's not about whether or not he can throw this recruit. It's about whether or not he can throw this recruit through the target, which is this closing rift. So I'm just going to do a straight dexterity, like a range throw, like you would do.
I think a 15.
Oh, go ahead. Okay, I was going to say, would you say that he has proficiency in throwing recruits?
Well, what's Heliodoro's past? What are you guys doing Onslaught for initiation? No. So I think 15 is a good number. It's middle of the road. It's not crazy, but it's also not easy. All right. So you release, and just his body midsections on this edge of this spectral like tear in fabric of space and time, and he kind of just like, but he gets it and he starts grabbing it and just and he pulls himself up, and that's one more recruit saved thanks to Heliodoro's recruit tossing skills. Things are going well. And that's when you hear the sound of despair. If you could feel your copper get heavier, if you could sense your regrets begin to swell on the back of your mind, that's what happens. And what starts off as a low rumbling turns into a horrific eldritch screech. And I want everybody to roll a wisdom saving throw. Marquise, I want you to roll me a D8. With whatever you're holding in your hand, you do 1d8 damage plus your strength modifier to yourself. You may choose where.
You want to go ahead and describe it?
Go for it.
Okay. As I'm flying through the air, I see my comrades working quickly, working swiftly as they always do. But then I feel that weight, like an anxiety almost, like that slow movement of a glacier moving through the north to crush everything underneath it. And I feel my skull and my temple grow heavier and heavier, and I feel the unspotted horns begin to dig themselves through the bone and into my brain, and I can feel something inside of me roiling and toiling, and then my hands are closing around the dagger in my hand. The fingers growing tighter and tighter. The mist freezes the edge of it into sharp ice, almost too sharp. And then I gasp, and I look down. And I slowly pull the dagger out of my stomach. And the pain is there, warm and hot. And I breathe in the mist to try and cool it, but it does not cool. And the blood runs red and freely and hot down my side. And I begin to growl. And I put my fingers to my temple again, and I say, we're not alone out here.
Probably the most sickening part is that it felt like the right thing to do. And you're still not sure if you regret it. The next thing you all see, is the shadows that dance around you. This darkness that was just a bit of a fog begins to stir, and tendrils begin to lash, and they're coming out of seemingly nowhere. And then you realize they're coming out of everywhere. These mounds, these shambling bits, these endless devourers begin to form. A cacophony of mouths and eyes, an aberration to behold. And immediately, a tendril lashes out at Tyriel. Tyriel, you take 10 bludgeoning damage, and I want you to immediately give me a DC 13 check to escape being grappled. You can do this with dexterity of some sort that makes sense, or you can also do it with an athletics check if you'd like. You are able to shake free of this tendril, but another lashes at you. You take another 10 damage. And I need another escape check.
What did you say it was? Sorry, the DC?
13.
He's met it. 13.
Okay. Tell me what it looks like as you meet this a second time. Describe this scene to me.
So Tyriel is basically just reaching, trying to get this initiate through that gap, and then this tendril, like a whiplash, just arcs across the sky, and he is just barely able to get out of the way. The second one rises up to meet him, and it just whips at his face, and it literally is an inch away from him, and he falters, and I'm going to say, because he met it, he's going to lose his grip on the initiate.
I think that's very good. So as gravity relents to Merrick, and as these objects begin to float, and this gravity well has been created, this force that doesn't belong in this darkness, these tendrils, these creatures sort of start to amorphously form, and one of them forms on that large dwarven ruin that was on top of the recruit, and just and does a double lash out at Merrick. So, Chris, would either of those hit you?
Oh yeah, all day.
Okay. So you take 10 bludgeoning damage for each, and I need 2 escape checks from these tentacles.
Okay. Let's see here. The escape checks you said could be dexterity?
Yep, if that's, I think that's fair.
Okay. 16 and a 15.
Okay, so you're not grappled. You're not restrained at all, but these things do. And as you, I want you to tell me where the second one hits. I want it to just really be dirty. Where does the second one hit you?
So the first one, it's like this creature's playing with me. I'm moving across the field, kind of getting to the edge of the gravity well that I've created, and the first one kind of lashes at my feet, taking advantage of the gravity that I've taken care of, and I start to spin over. And right as I'm like head facing towards it, it just smacks me like it owns me right across the face with a tentacle. And it's more of like a blow to his ego than necessarily anything else. And Merrick just holds on. And you can see that the mist that was forming from his mouth due to the heaviness of the effect here has turned almost like a sand. And it's just gritting out his teeth as he continues to chant the words to his spell. He did pass his concentration checks.
Well played. Very good. And I imagine these sort of thin, almost like the bones in a piece of sardine, kind of just stick right here on the face. Just these tiny, tiny little hairs of bone just flecked across the face now. That's great. And that was the creature's turn. And we are back in the initiative order to Merrick.
So Merrick thinks about it real quickly inside his head. Merrick's very calculating. Time is running out. There's 2 out. 2 are on the way, but one of them dropped. He needs the body. He needs to keep moving. He can't get distracted by this creature. And he completes the somersault as he hits the ground, exiting the gravity well. And he begins moving towards the body, and he scoops an arm around it. He knows that the others will have to do this. This is the mission. And as much as he wants to stay with them, there cannot be a compromise on the mission. He can bring this man back to life. None of them can do that without him. Merrick puts his fingers to his head as he grabs the body. Look here. I got the package. I'm getting the hell out. And he begins moving towards the well again.
Using Copper Attunement, anyone who wants to respond as a free action, I'll allow that.
Get him out of here. We will cover you. Keep moving.
And that's going to be all he can do.
Perfect. So you begin to do that. It's also worth noting that the ground continues to drop out. And so in that process, as you all have fought so diligently, 2 more recruits have dropped into the ether. Because the ground collapsed under them. And it is now Flair's turn.
I float in a cloud of icicles as I hear the words of Merrick cross through my mind. And I look out and I see that 2 more recruits have fallen to the demise and to the internal darkness of the shadow plane of the desolation. And I curse myself inwardly, for if I had not been forced to stab myself in those few precious seconds, I know those would have been 2 lives I would have lived to fight the dismembered lord another day. But they are gone. And when they are gone, I become angry, and I grit my teeth. And for a second, the ice becomes white hot in my veins, and it pumps through my heart, and I show copper as horns erupt from behind my ears, from the crown of my head, draconic spires, rams, all shapes and sizes, 10, 12 pairs, and then spines erupt down my spinal cord, all the way from the base of my neck to my tailbone. My jackal bites showing in full, The icicles in the clouds around me become sharper and colder and more dense, and I peel away like a comet through the night. And I see one man falling, and I grab him by his ankle, and his clothing begins to freeze to his skin, and he yells in pain. But the words come to me, the words of the blacksmith, the leader of the Alloy of Eminence. Whenever there's any kind of tear like this, any kind of dimensional shifting, it's like taking a ball of paper and just tearing it to pieces in your hands in the shreds. And you can see through the holes of that paper falling down from your hand like soft snow. And in those holes, in those gaps, in those spaces, those are the places where you can get back to your world. And I see one. And I see one opening before me, tearing up a tear in space and time. And I throw the half-frozen recruit for it. But I'm not done yet. The anger is still surging for me. No longer a glacier, but a full-on blizzard moving through the desolation. I pick up another one by his waist. And now, in my ferocity, his entire body is half frozen. Not to the skin, not through the clothing, but enough to make this man scream in pain as I sling him through yet another tear. And I spiral through the sky, and I look down below me, and I see dozens of tears opening and closing all at once, seemingly at random. And I put my two fingers to my head, and I begin to communicate what every tear is, because once the gravity well is gone, we're going to need to find a new way to save these men, and this will be the way, and I will be its orchestrator.
And as you save these two lives, as these other men and women who have died valiantly on this exercise that they dedicated their lives to, as two more go to fall, this happens. And you save them, but there's more. And the screams continue. And the screams have shifted. It's not just a help me, but it's me, I'm right here. I'm right here. Don't leave me. Wait. And you hear them now clamoring, please, I'm right here. Just grab me, please. Heliodoro, can you hear me? And they're trying their best to move, and they're trying their best to clamor. And one of these recruits tries to make purchase and starts climbing the gravity well. And he actually begins to make it up there. And a black tendril takes his face. It's one more recruit dead. Tyriel, what do you do?
Tyriel, having been caught by this uppercut from this tentacle, is knocked back as he drops the initiate, and he almost does a flip in the air from the impact. But in doing so, as he's coming around, he starts flying towards the initiate in an attempt to grab him, and in the same motion, throw him into the gravity well. So, what will that require, Tim?
I think it's dependent on how you want to do it. Like the way that Jake described it to me, he was really going for it, like a chuck, like
yeah.
If you're so it's dependent. If you want to make it like a strength thing, like a shot put kind of situation, you can go strength. If you want to try to really like finesse and get this guy through the tear in the fabric, I'll let you go dex with it. But I will say that I would guess that the strength check's probably going to be a little higher. Because it's not just about strength; it's about that aim. I'll let you pick.
There's a moment in Civil War where Falcon does this flip to deflect bullets with his wings. Tyriel does something similar to get momentum to swing this initiate into the gravity well, not through the rip, but just into the gravity well as it's closer. And he's going to make a strength check. Yeah, that's 14.
The recruit flies toward the rip, but as I told you, they're shimmering and they're shifting and they're moving. And so this recruit goes to make it, and his hand grasps on, and then it shifts up, and he needs to make a strength check to see if he can hold on. Okay. He makes it. So now there's a recruit hanging by his hands to this fabric as it shifts. It's like trying to hold mud as it floats in the air as he's grasping and clawing to try to hold on to this tear in the universe.
And as Tariel has done this, he's going to spin away, seeing that the recruit is safe enough. He's going to have to concentrate his actions elsewhere. He sees that this tentacle has just torn one of their initiates' face off, and he can't allow this to continue anymore. He's going to move what little remains of his movement with his wings, and drawing his vast, gleaming copper greatsword in one hand, he says, "Come on!" at the top of his voice through the copper attunement, so it echoes throughout the landscape, and he is casting Compel Jewel on this monolith that is attacking them to try and get its attention.
Perfect.
Direct
So
to him.
the thing that would take shape when you do this is a larger, more lupine and wolfish creature. And this thing has a shape and essence that begins to form from a blood red smoke and fog. And you're fighting a creature, this warden, this endless one from the desolation, made of twisted Bleak itself. And so as you do this, I'm guessing I get to do a wisdom save, yeah?
Right in the chat is a DC 16 wisdom saving throw.
Beautiful. So let me go ahead and not drop my D20. Let's see here. Sorry, moving dice out of the way. I'm not rolling that many.
Sure.
So I got a 17. What did you say it was again?
It was 16.
Yep, he just made a 17.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
But you do capture the creature's... No, wait. It's wisdom or charisma?
Wisdom.
Okay, I apologize. It's an unmodified 15 then. And that's not... I'm not fudging it. I thought it was charisma, and I have +2 charisma to the monster I'm using. So
yeah, my spell thing is charisma, but that particular one is for a wisdom save. So
yep,
yeah.
So
great.
I actually fail it. Hand again.
Excellent. So he is basically going to put all of his attention on me, other than not anyone else.
Correct.
So we shall see what's going to happen.
And so for clarity, there are, as of now, imagine 2 aberrations, these 2 tentacled maud beasts. And then what Rob did was he cast this compelled duel on, the evil, and this larger wolfish creature that is made of Bleak manifested so very close to him, actually. So there are 3 creatures total, 2 of which have these tentacle attacks that kind of are very long and like Evil Dead, sort of Lovecraftian. And then there's this wolf made of the Bleak that's sort of bipedal and kind of hovers and floats as a mist, taking the form of a wolf. And Nicodemus, tell me how you're reacting to all of this.
He would be kind of focused on what he's doing. But what he would want to do, he would stop flying up. He would more try to go directly and kind of throw this initiate into the reverse gravity well. He would, even if he falls a little bit, he would just release him and let the reverse gravity catch him, if he can do that. And if he can with his movement, he would go to the very bottom, right outside of this gravity well. How many creatures are inside of it right now, like floating up?
So Merrick, you can help me out with this one, but correct me here. You and Nimbus are taking the stairs, essentially trying to go up. There was still at least 1 recruit in there.
Okay. There's 3 dead, 2 are out, 1 is on the way. The one that Tariel had, I don't know if he got picked up and put back in the well. Did he?
I would say that would probably be the same tear you guys were kind of playing with. So yeah.
Okay. So that's 2 on the way out then.
Yes.
And then could mine that I kind of tossed, could he be stuck in there as well?
Sure.
Yeah, be the third on the way out. I was just about to update our side chat here.
So what I want to do from the
Thanks,
bottom, I want to take a step into the well and land and look up at my comrades and these initiates going up. And what I want to do is again just say some almost inaudible words and put both hands forward, and I want to cast Gust of Wind straight up at it, which is it's 60 feet. It goes 60 feet and 10 feet wide. So whatever's caught in the middle of that will kind of get shot out of it.
Perfect. So this is sort of augmenting the gravity well, and it's just now the trick is that there still is room for only about one to get through the tear. So everyone's going to have to aim themselves. Like everyone's going to have to kind of try to do the air swim or whatever they can. So Merrick, if you want to try to shepherd them or what have you, it's going to be great.
So everyone's kind of, like everyone's kind of shot out of a cannon right now.
Yeah, the whole time Merrick is just kind of like giving them instructions, and they're super precise, almost ridiculous instructions. He's like, turn 32.9 degrees to the left. And like these jackals are like, I have no idea what the hell's going on, but they're jumping from rock to rock, trying to follow his advice as best as possible.
Absolutely. And you can be shouting that, and they're, like you said, they're like trying their best to do what you're shouting. Heliodoro, how are you responding to all this?
So, in his last action, Heliodoro had parkoured up the steps and launched this recruit through this gap. And he takes one more step, just not to get up any closer, but he pushes off backwards with this extra step and puts himself into a full reverse, like swan dive, as he's flipping over back, head over heels, with an intent to get back down into the center of the action. And as he's already started this action, is when he hears the other calls for, cover me, I'm going out. And he hears Tyrael's compelled duel on this beast, which comes into view as he begins to flip over. And he sees these tentacle things that have been lashing out, ripping faces off, causing damage to his companions. And you see his gauntlets begin to glow as he continues his flip, as he begins to channel the radiant energy of his radiant sunbolt attacks from his gauntleted hands. And like a recoilless machine gun, you just see as 4 attacks come launching out of pure radiant energy and he's aiming each arm basically at each one of these tentacled clumps, avoiding the thing that Tyrael had targeted.
That's perfect. So essentially, what you can do, because they're sort of separated, so I don't know that you'd be able to hit both of them like that, but you could definitely aim those blasts at one of them, probably the one that was nearest to the gravity well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, he would absolutely see. He would know if it was too far out of his range to do that, and
Totally.
maybe bring his hands back together and just in close action, just.
So I want you to describe to me what it looks like as you pummel this thing, because like I said, it's a combination of moving and writhing, eldritch mouths, eyes, tentacles, beaks. This thing is a creature of pure desolation. This is an endless devourer. And what does it look like as you punch this thing?
I think as he's sun punching this thing, it's these bolts that just seem to almost like as his fists connect, they just this blast of radiant energy. You just see bits and pieces of aberration, and just pieces that don't even belong together anyway, just splinter apart and fold in on themselves and like a piece of paper that goes up from a fire, a burning ember. It's glowing around the edges and just turns into this nothingness as it spreads outward from each of his punches.
I love that. And it's trying to form, but it can't do it rapidly enough. So it's like and just your hands are covered in this ichor, this sludge, this blackness. And this thing howls. But before it has a chance to recoil and attack you back, instead, this creature that stands before Tyriel. Tyriel, your official divine ability to call this thing to a fight might not have technically worked, but it did the trick enough. You're a wounded creature, easy prey. And this thing, this bleak wolf, is going to absolutely eviscerate you. But first, it inverts its head as this plume of smoke and then doubles it over, spinning so that a larger sort of odd maw opens entirely as it lets out that same howl, just that. Everyone give me a wisdom save. Everyone who failed, roll a d8.
What is the save DC?
13.
Okay.
No, I lied to you. 14.
Oh, you got my hopes up with the 13.
Sorry, that's what made me think of it, is you missed it by 1, and I was really sad for you. So, Heliodoro. It is the best idea you've ever had to attack your nearest friendly target. I'll let you choose who's nearest to you.
So as he's finally landed after landing these vicious sun punches, he spins, and once again his eyes land on Flare. And he has never wanted to hit her so hard in all of his life. And sorry, Marquise. He really feels like she deserves the full force of his radiant energy as he unleashes a searing arc, a searing sunburst of energy at full blast. And that is not going to be good for you. You need to make a Constitution saving throw. It's not actually an attack. And the, oh boy, the DC on that, I realize this was a con save.
I got a 27, so I don't, if I fail that, then you are a god amongst monks.
All right, well, you save it, so you're not going to take the 8d6 of radiant damage. As the sunlight bursts just in this, as if a small sun itself was just launched at you. And you're able to absorb it and let it wash over you like a day at the tanning beds without taking any damage whatsoever from it.
What we'll do is, just because of the nature of the hit, I think, Marquise, I'll let you roll, essentially. Jake, what is your unarmed strike?
As in damage?
Yeah, like what damage die do you do at this level?
I do 1d8.
Okay, cool. So Marquise, you get to roll a d8, and that's the amount of damage you take.
I got a 1. That worked out.
Nice, perfect. So it's the day at the tanning bed. Perfect. Okay, so there were others who failed. I'm going to save Marquise for last. Nicodemus, you critically failed this roll. So you are going to take 1d8 damage plus your strength modifier to yourself with whatever's in your hand.
Okay.
And then you're going to attack the nearest target randomly. Whatever you may choose. Actually, I was going to choose. I just had an idea. I wanted to really mess with you, if you're cool with that.
Go ahead.
So go ahead and tell me how you hurt yourself first, and then I'll hurt you.
Well, I think I'm holding a white marble staff. You'll notice it has kind of gnaw marks on it. We'll get into why later, but it looks like kind of chewed on the end. And to myself, when I critically fail this, I grab it with both hands and as hard as I can, just bash myself in the head with it, just straight in the forehead. And you can even see a little crack form as I take 7 damage.
You scan around and you look. You look. And you look at Tyriel. And something catches your eye. You look past him. And you pummel a recruit whose hand is held up to you to save her. So give me your weapons damage.
I think if I was really trying to hurt somebody, I would probably cast a spell. Just thinking that...
as you wish.
Just to myself, it's in my hands. But I think I would probably, if I was really trying to mess something up, I would kind of motion my hands and I would actually conjure a fireball and just shoot that fireball directly at this initiate. And as that hand is out, as the fireball comes, you could see it slowly incinerate that hand and then straight up the arm until all of that initiate is nothing but dust floating to the ground.
And that is one more initiate dropped. Well, not dropped. I mean, burned to a crisp. And the Titan Copper lay on the ground in the shape of a... Actually, I'll throw it to you, Chris. What does the Titan Copper look like? It's all that remains.
The Titan Copper that's left is actually... it's a sheet of what used to be this man's sternum. It was actually just the bone itself being replaced by copper, and it's not much. He was so young that it was literally just that sternum bone where the ribs join. In his prime, had he been allowed to survive, it probably would have taken over his whole skeleton.
And it sits unburned, but smoking and smoldering. All right. I think there was one more. Let's see here. No, Chris, did you pass?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I think that's everyone. No, Tyriel.
And Flair technically failed.
That's what it was. I was saving you for last. I couldn't remember who it was. So, Tyriel, I want you to describe to me what it looks like as you begin. You don't harm yourself this time, but from now until the start of your next turn. The only words you can say are, you may babble incoherently.
So Tyriel is just floating in the air with his wings beating, and he has that feeling, and he can still feel that thing in his neck. It's still there, and he goes to say something, and he goes, Zippo. That's what he says.
That's what he says. I love it. And then finally, Marquise. It seems like a really good idea for you to hurt yourself again.
At this point, going through, well, I'll start it off like this. The first thing that happens is the rising sun coming from the gravity well, almost forced up, not only by Heliodoro's own strength, but to my eyes, it's also being thrust up by the gravity. But there's always been one thing that's been true for we tide turners, and that's if Heliodoro is the sun, then I am the moon. And I bring my arms together like this, and the mist coalesces as an icy sphere around me, and almost instantly does it evaporate. It becomes mist, once more, fog, a haze, making me almost completely nebulous myself. And I breathe it in, and the pain begins to fade even more from the cut in my stomach. But then I hear that screech, and my eyes land on the wolf below me. And that screech echoes through my head. But before I can put together the puzzle pieces of what's happening, a force overcomes me, and I grab the dagger again, and I tell myself, I whisper it just underneath my breath, barely a ghost of a words, this will save them. Once again, I don't make another knife wound, no. I shove it directly into the same knife wound I'd stabbed earlier, but this time deeper, this time harder. And this time, with the blade going deeper into my stomach, into my intestines, the pain breaks like thunder across my senses. And for a second, I lose complete focus of what I'm doing. But then I catch it again, and the fog begins to churn even harder around me. A vortex, a maelstrom, a hurricane, and I am its eye, and it's keeping me up in the air. My spell has not broken. And as I pull the dagger out, and the idea of what I just did slowly fades and sets in, I begin to realize what's happening, but I can't quite figure out how to stop it yet.
And as you come to this realization, and as the dagger plunges deeper, the babbling face of a flying Tyriel is met with the lupine face of a creature formed entirely of the Bleak itself. And as it gets very, very close, it opens a mouth, which then opens into another smoky mouth, which then opens into another mouth, until the thing is entirely a series of mouths that are dripping this ethereal bleak. And Rob, Tyriel must make a Constitution saving throw, as does everyone else who would be in a 40-foot cone behind him, which would probably include, I'll let Heliodoro, I'll let you decide if you were in that or not, but it would almost definitely include Flair as well. It is a DC 17, and if you fail it, you take 6d12 bleak damage. Rob, describe to me what it looks like as this breath weapon of pure, decaying, horrendous Bleak does 39 points of damage.
So Tyrell is still held aloft by his wings. His blade is down at his side, and this maw opens into another maw, and as it does so, this gale of unpredictable seismic power just washes across him, and his armor is beginning to rust and disintegrate as if it was exposed to the power of time itself. Tyrell is just holding himself in the air against this thing, and he is screaming, copper blazing in his eyes.
And you have a thought that seems like your deity has spoken it to you themselves, which is simply, I'm not going to make it. All right. And 3 more recruits drop as the ground continues to fall. And it is Merrick's turn.
Okay, let me update this real quick here. You said 3 more did?
3 more have dropped, yes.
Okay. It'd have to be 2 for the math to work.
You're right. I rolled a 3 and didn't update the chart correctly.
Okay, perfect. So Merrick is seeing that just everything is at a loss at this point. He's got this heavy for, like, light for a person, but heavy for a dead torso, basically, tucked underneath his arm. He's got his other staff. He's got a staff in the other arm, and he kind of looks to this staff, and he says to himself, as like sand comes out of his mouth again, more copper is showing. You can see that his circulatory system is full of copper, and it's slowly going out to his his respiratory system, and then slowly expanding to his circulatory system. There we go. That's how bodies work.
Dr. Chris.
he looks to the staff and he says, "All right, murderer's finger, it's about time we get the hell out of here." And he smashes it behind him at an angle. And what he's going to do is Bones of Earth. It's a spell that allows him to create up to 8 pillars of earth to drive people upward, essentially. He's going to do 1 on himself angled so that he can shoot himself to the gravity well. And then what I'd like to do, if you're okay with it, so that we can try and save those that are on their way. He's just tired of giving them instructions. He wants 3 pillars to go to those guys to push them to the top. And then the other 2 pillars are going to push those 2 almost bleak mind flayers, tentacle beasts up just to get them out of the way. That's 4, 6. I have 2 more pillars, so they're just going to pop up, making a staircase to the tentacle beasts, essentially. And the DC on that is 19.
So I caught everything except why I am rolling for a DC for something?
The 2 tentacle beasts, I'm putting them up on pillars. That way they're out of the way for the rest of the fight so that Tyrell doesn't get swarmed by all 3 of them at once.
I see what you're saying now. It's essentially an attack, and I'm guessing Dex, yeah?
Yes, it is a Dex save. There's no damages. It lifts them off the ground and puts them on like high up pillars.
Okay, misses the first one. Misses the second one.
Okay.
All right. So as these tentacle beasts are sort of pushed up and they sort of lash out, their tentacles wildly grasping. The next thing that happens is, Flair, I want you to describe what it looks like as the beast, this wolf creature that has turned into an eternal series of bleak mouths. What does it look like as you strike it with this lightning.
The pain in my stomach gives way for just a moment as this thing's breath blows over me, and I simply raise my left hand. And as I do, the mist becomes a wall of ice, and the Bleak itself breaks on it. Similar to the old stories my mother used to tell me of that one Messiah who could split mountains and oceans to save people. And as the Bleak goes to both of my sides, I turn and I look behind me, and I see those last 3 recruits fall into the nether. Thomas McCreen, Rodney Sons, and Laura Threes. Those were their names. I was the favorite of the recruits. I was the only female of the tide turners here. My name is essentially known all across Dragon Grin. They loved me, they respected me. Thomas himself, he was a budding wizard. Would have been famous, would have been powerful one day. But because I stabbed myself, because I hesitated, he is gone. His potential is gone. His Titan copper is gone. All because of this thing and its 100 yammering mouths that just won't stop. I hold up my right hand the moment its breath finishes, opposite to the ice wall, and I turn it to face me. And as I turn it, the mist around me coalesces inside of it into a sphere. The sphere is the heart of winter, something the dismembered Lord killed my entire family for, something he has been yearning for since Lightfall. For inside of this sphere is a mist that rages for all time, pure dragon breath, pure magic, pure imminence. I turn my head and I let the ice wall break into crystals and white ambers and snowflakes, and I see beyond Tyrael. I see that thing, and I whisper a word in Draconic. Then I whisper a word in Titan speak, and then I whisper a third word, this time in Bleak speak. And as I do so, the ice crystals around me begin to clash against one another, faster and faster, building up a static charge between them, and then the thunder echoes outwards. Loud, fast, the lightning strikes. There's no point A to point B. There's no line. It's instantaneous, a snap, as the lightning strikes this thing in one mouth, a second mouth, all 100 of its mouths, branching forks of lightning staking right through it, connecting all the way back from the heart of winter to this creature.
And this freezing lightning shocks through and remains inside the fog, remains inside the cloud. And this beast screams a different scream, now one of pain and agony. And you can see that it dissipates for a moment and then reforms, now facing you. Tyrael, as your face has been pummeled and shredded and pushed by pure Bleak, how do you respond?
There is a darkness in Tyrael's vision. For a moment, he isn't in this battle. He isn't in the desolation. He is somewhere dark, somewhere alone. He is on his knees and he says, I'm going to have to make a choice soon. A choice that I think will probably be the most difficult of my life. The gallows never lie. But my oath, I do not know where it comes from, and I do not know where this light shines from, for surely this place is so dark, so evil, that such a thing could never exist. But it does. It exists within me. It exists within my soul. And Tyrael is back in the battlefield. His greatsword illuminates as he expends a level 3 spell slot to slam this wolf with a smite if he connects with his 2 attacks. That is a nat 20, my friends.
Perfect.
And the other is a not so good. It's a 19.
Rob, I don't know what version of D&D you play where a 19's not so good.
I don't know. This thing's scary, man.
No, I'm messing with you, man.
Holy Christ.
Both of those attacks do hit. The
Okay.
AC you're looking for is a 17. So with one of those being a critical, you can go ahead and when you roll for the damage of that attack, go ahead and add all your modifiers and everything else, and then double that. Then roll your normal damage for the second attack, and then let me know what the total is if you could do a little bookkeeping there. And what I'll do is I'll let you do a little bookkeeping, and then I'll jump to Nicodemus, and then I'll narrate what it looks like once you give me the number in the chat, if that's cool. So Nicodemus, you've done something quite awful here as the sternum of a recruit lies at your feet, but the ground is slowly giving way, so it won't be long. What's going through your mind?
Realizing what he had just done, that he took the life of something good, something that he had sworn he would never do again. He would look down, actually he would kneel next to this piece of Titan copper that has fallen to the ground. And he would reach down with his skeletal fingers and he would pick it up. And he would just kind of look at it and he would open his cloak and he would place it right on his sternum where the bones are bare. And he would turn towards this beast as the flight spell is still active. How far away is it, Tim? Could I fly to it?
Yeah, if you have fly active, I would say that, especially because of the attack that is happening. So you've got this sort of 1-2 punch, that's happening as we speak. So yeah, I would say yes.
Okay. Then he would feeling this rage inside of him, knowing what he did, knowing that he broke his vow, his solemn vow. If he had tear ducts, he would be streaming tears down. But he just releases just this scream that doesn't seem to be possible from this skeletal creature. And he flies straight into the mouth of this creature, readying a fireball. And right as he is at the lips, he looses it directly at point blank range into this thing's mouth. And then as a bonus action, casts Misty Step to move 30 feet away.
So as this occurs and this fireball enters the wolf, and the Tide Turners have worked together before. So almost as a sort of reflex, this begins to happen. Drake turns his page. No, so as a reflex, you see this enormous smite as this fireball ignites this fog as though it were made to burn. But the creature stays whole, and as it tries to split and writhe to avoid the pain and the flames, you see there is this Misty Step, and Nicodemus literally phases through Tyriel as he just cuts this flaming husk in half. And Tyriel, I want you to describe to me what it looks like as this creature made entirely of the Bleak, which is now burning in the air. It's become a little more tangible, a little less ethereal. And your sword makes purchase. What does it look like?
As Tyriel's glowing blade, enveloped with this energy of pure belief, it cuts through this thing, and as it does, synapses fire in front of his eyes, and he's seeing 1,000 different worlds mirrored in this power. He's seeing pure chaos itself unraveling before him as his blade cuts through this bleak creature and sends it reeling back into the abyss from whence it came.
And as this thing dissipates, the air changes. Things get a little brighter as these rips start to open a little wider. And Heliodoro, suddenly you're overtaken. Both of these tendrilled creatures begin to writhe and wrap around your feet. Not the ones above, but new ones below. As the ground, the entire remaining ground, the pieces that haven't fallen, begin to manifest these tentacles. And these tentacles, Heliodoro, begin to wrap around your legs and your torso and your neck like great black writhing boa constrictors. You are enveloped. Your mask, your red mask, begins to disappear in these tentacles, these writhing mouths, and these eyes. What do you do?
I imagine that Heliodoro is able to be attacked in this way because of what he had just done previously to Flare, having whatever energy turn him on his own companions. And to, even though she was not really damaged by it, but to unleash the full power of his searing sunburst on a companion, and seeing the way in which Tyriel's face was torn to shreds by this bleak creature, something that in that moment, before the tentacles grabbed him and began to envelop him, you may have seen his hand go to his mask, because he knows what facial damage, severe facial damage, is like. And suddenly, this burst of radiant energy and Nicodemus exploding into fireball, and all hell seems to literally be breaking loose around him. And in that moment of sun that just seems to come and brighten things a little bit, something that he's attuned to, suddenly his vision begins to grow dark as he's yanked down, and these tendrils begin to wrap all around him. And he does the only thing he can do when completely restrained like this. As a monk, that's the last thing he wants, is to be restrained. He needs his movement. He relies on his movement. But as a copper jackal, he has certain abilities and certain things that he's trained for that allow him to handle these kind of things. And what he is going to do is tap into his copper energy, and maybe just before those tentacles close around his mask, you see the copper mask flash into brightness as he unleashes a full blast of copper psychic energy powered by the Titan copper against these tentacle creatures, which is a DC 16 save if they need to do that.
Yeah, they do.
And I'm going to grab a whole bunch of dice here to roll.
You said 16?
DC 16.
Oh, man.
Are you going to roll a fistful of dice?
Hey!
I did indeed.
Waka waka.
Are you going to Tabletop Terrors? Wait a second.
Come on, man. Be a better game master. I miss by 2.
So I'm going to mini terrain dominate this with 26 points of psychic energy, pure psychic blast of energy that just emanates from his mask outward.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
No, that was it. 26 points.
I just wanted to say it, man. I'm sorry. No,
It's too late. I'm missing the verbal cues.
no, you're good. You're good. So I want you to describe to me what it looks like as these tentacles explode off of you from sheer psychic energy emitting from your copper mask.
So as they, similar to when he was punching the other tentacles, they start to sear away, and even though they don't have mouths per se, there's a screeching, rending sound that is emanating from them. As not only with the force of the psychic blast pushing these entities away, he actually begins to just use his flight to move as far away from them and upward as he can. And there's this brief moment, almost cartoonish, where his mask, one tentacle is wrapped around a horn. And as he pulls, it actually pulls the mask away from his face. And for a brief moment, you can glimpse, somebody looking at him might glimpse an aberration almost as horrific as the things they've been facing, as his face has been previously rendered by bleak energies, necessitating the mask. And in an almost comical motion, as he's rising upward and this mask seems to just be staying there, he reaches a dexterous hand out, grabs the mask, and thrusts it back to his face as he rises with his copper flight.
And that ends the initiative order. So you can speak freely. We'll say that with the multiple things at your disposal, between Chris, your pillars of earth, and between the whirlwind spell, the gravity well, the stairways, the creatures have been incapacitated to the point to where you're no longer in initiative. So if there's anything particularly narrative you'd like to do before we emerge into the prime material plane, you may go ahead and do that.
Now, Merrick used the bones of earth to launch himself, and he's just sailing through the air. This isn't the first time he's flown, if you will, and it's never good. All that's going through his brain is, I have to land eventually. And this time Tyrael won't save me.
So, sorry, Chris, just explain to me again your predicament so I know how exactly to respond.
No, he's just thinking to himself, because in the past when he's done this catapult using bones of earth, someone has caught him. The rest of you fly. He's the only one that doesn't. And he's just thinking to himself, Tyrael's not here to catch me this time.
He's not, no.
This is going to hurt.
Amazing.
So unless you guys have anything else you'd like to do or say narratively, you each work your way through the portal. And it's a strange occurrence because you're back in the ruins on the prime material plane. It's as though this place was a mirror copy of where you were, just below it somehow. And as you all sort of clamber to the ruins, you could see this black sigil of ash. And whatever bomb exploded, this arcane glyph is left as the blast mark. And there's an enormous shadow behind you. And you hear the snorting of many beasts just. And as you turn, you realize that these beasts are the dire oxen that pull the roving home of Heliodoro, and the shadow above you is the murder ark, come to pick you and your dead up. And the murder ark stands before you, and someone pops open the hatch on one of the upper levels and says, "What are you waiting for? Come on up." And that is where we're going to take a break.
Incredible. Incredible.
You guys digging this so far?
Oh man, it's great.
That's a lot of fun.
There's nothing
Now it's
better
gonna go.
than other people being in jeopardy, not your characters. I mean, it's always gold. It always is. Great stuff, man.
Thank you all, and thank you all for watching. Remember, if you're watching this during BrigadeCon, please, please, please donate using the widget on the side here. If you're watching this after BrigadeCon, please go to brigadecon.org and be sure to donate using the widget. We're going to take a 5-minute Blake. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Let's make it 5. To those of you viewers, stick around. It's only going to get better from here. We're going to run until about midnight so we can try to catch the closing ceremonies for BrigadeCon. So we love you all, and we'll be back here in a second.
Does this count as a short rest?
You wish.
Hey, Tim, click on my image.
I did.
Okay.
Hey guys, it's Tim from Tabletop Terrors, and I want to let you know that we're really happy that you're watching. Thank you so much for donating to Child's Play. Remember that you can donate via PayPal, and Child's Play is about seeking to improve the lives of children in hospitals, as well as domestic violence shelters. And through the generosity and kindness of people like you, they are able to get games, toys, and other things that make their childhood more like a childhood. So please consider donating now. Thank you for watching this game. There's still more left. We love you all, and we'll see you in a moment. All right. Let's visit the chat. See who's still sticking around with us. What's up? The DM Deistress herself is here, Amanda Brandt. She is actually one of the first Copper Jackals playtesters. So check her out. She actually has a Twitch channel, and you can follow her on Twitter.
She played in one of the first, in fact, the first Copper Jackal playtest that I ran.
Yeah, no, I was just mentioning that. Yeah, she's so. In fact, well, it was you who ran it, actually. Well, no. Yes,
I didn't run the first one, did I?
You might have.
I think so.
I think you did.
Actually, you know what? I think I did because we were going back and forth about whether or not to broadcast it.
Yes.
I was gonna say, I think you ran yours, and then mine was like just a few days after that.
Yeah, well,
you and I were talking about it.
Chris, you were in that, weren't you? Because weren't you the one that gave the beholder the dragon grin?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right. Yeah.
That was when some of the climbing stuff, like Copper Climb or whatever we ended up calling it, was like just run around on the walls for free. It was,
if I remember right, somebody had that inside that game, and it was just
Amanda Brandt.
Yeah. Amanda, she had that, and she was like climbing off the trees and using her copper tendrils as slingshots, and it was totally badass, but way OP.
Little OP. What you're looking at's in the chat says the first jackal has a Chuck Norris bite. Lets him roundhouse kick for days.
Oh, what's the refresh rate on that? About the amount of time it takes me to turn.
That's it, dude. 48 D8.
Tim, I think you did something really smart. I just want to say in that element there, because it's all very well us being frightened of all these horrors from the Bleak, but I don't think there's anything as frightening as realizing that other copper jackals are going to be like attacking you. That was scary. That was really scary because we were like, oh yeah, we're so powerful, we're gonna kick this thing's ass so hard, and no, we started just killing each other. Great stuff, man.
Dude, yeah, and so it worked out really well because you guys had a chance to forego all that, and I thought that's one of the beauties of the 5th edition Bounded Accuracy is that not everybody's awesome. And if you really look, well, not everybody's awesome at everything. Let me put it that way. So usually when you get up to 20th level play, anything that I've watched or read basically states that you still have players with low saves of certain areas, and that keeps things relatively balanced. So the whole party isn't just passing saves, which we saw here. So I think that's cool, man.
I'm not sure a 14th level monk that has Diamond Soul and gets proficiency in every save.
That's pretty amazing.
Exception.
Well, it's funny, man. If you build the Sarek right and you go as an Abjuration Wizard, you're talking like advantage on every versus every spell save, resistance to every form of spell magic, as well as if you take all the copper stuff and a couple of things, you can make this guy just stand there and take it. He's got almost 200 hit points as a wizard.
Wow. Yeah, and that's great. And it's, one of the cool things is that for me anyway, it felt like I was hurting you guys, but I never felt like, I don't know. I felt like you were in danger, but I didn't think, I was like, okay, this is a good opening encounter. Because I didn't feel like anybody was going to just drop. And I didn't know the hit points. I decided at the beginning I wasn't going to ask you. And if you drop, you drop, then that's part of the challenge. Chris, thank you for the bookkeeping. That made it really easy on me as a game master.
It was honestly the only way
Definitely, man, yeah.
Well, and I went back and forth, man. I was like, should I run this?
I was gonna say, honestly, it made a lot of sense for the way that I think of Merrick. Like the way I envision him is kind of like I can't remember his name now. The redneck guy that's the tech guy for the Supernatural team. Like he's a super genius, very mathematically driven.
Bobby.
Like wouldn't suspect it.
It's Bobby.
Bobby, yeah.
Come on.
I just want to say, Chris, like that would have been doubly hard had you not been inspired and done Gravity well, man. I don't think we would have got half of as many as we got out if it wasn't for that. Because at least it was basically like putting them on an escalator and just letting them go. If we had to physically get each one up there, then that would have been just insane. So good thinking, man.
Totally that. And I knew you guys were rolling with some high level stuff, so.
I will say, Tim, I decided to do the Copper Bite randomly And I looked at it when I first got it. And I was like, this is just so weird. I've got mist aura coming from my mouth. I have to say this is my favorite copper bite I've ever played with now.
That's super rad, man. I love it. It was so cool the way you described it and the way the glyphs formed into arcane, just like these actualities in front of your character's face. It's so neat. Excellent. Well, we're back. We're all back. You guys ready to jump back in here?
Hit us hard, man. Let's do it.
You're aboard the Murder Ark. The Murder Ark is the roving fortress of the Copper Jackals chapter known as Onslaught. Okay. So essentially in the bottom of this thing is this team of dire oxen. So it's like a land tank. Think of it that way. It's got a couple of levels. I like to think of it, as like this cool, like wooden steel sort of like 2-story, just cool roving base. And so you're in it. You've been in it for probably a good day now, resting. They've shown you plenty of hospitality. Upon the Murder Ark, 2 chapters actually exist. One is Onslaught. And, we kind of talked about Onslaught in some of our streams. They're tough as nails warriors. They pack a wallop and take a beating. But in addition to Onslaught, there are also the Fire Ants. And the Fire Ants are basically Copper Jackals demolitions. They blow stuff up and are resistant to fire. So I want to throw it to you guys. I would say you're in this common area known as it's basically the trophy room. And you're at ease. You're kind of making yourselves at home. Describe some things around you. What sorts of trophies or legacy copper would you see on the wall? And feel free to talk amongst yourselves as players and just kind of go for it.
So I'd like to do a quick flashback because there's a couple of housekeeping things that Merrick needs to take care of. One of which, Merrick has a nasty habit of leaving a calling card. And as they are kind of crawling into the fortress, he takes his staff and that crystal, he writes in the air, "Who are the Copper Jackals?" And it stays for about 3 minutes in the air. Merrick has a nasty habit of just leaving this everywhere that they go, just to mess with the dismembered lord and his troops. And then later on, it flashes to another scene where Merrick is in what they like to call their medical bay. It's terrible. It's a steel table. The walls are sterile with no pictures or anything like that. And Merrick pulls Flair in, and the first thing is regeneration so that Flair's leg can be repaired. And then he takes the torso and he just shakes his head as he gathers different elements and rare herbs and things out of his bags. And he pulls out one vial that's got a crack in it, and he just thinks all the gods he can think of that the vial didn't break, because without it he wouldn't be able to reincarnate what was his name, Nimbus. And he pours out the junctures and all these different chemicals on the table, and he begins his chanting, and that pretty much eats up the rest of Merrick's first day, is just reincarnating him. And he will come back as, let's get some percentiles here, a halfling. It says stout, but if you want to choose a different one from Dragongrin, I might suggest, I don't know, maybe a Silverwise.
I think a Silverwise halfling is perfectly fitting.
Oddly enough, his torn cloak now fits him again.
I absolutely love that. And so I would say that my thought process is that they wouldn't want him around. It's going to be shock. He's a civilian. This isn't something he's used to. So he's just been in an explosion and then now has been reincarnated as a halfling. So they probably have him resting essentially probably in a quarter somewhere, just doing his thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I imagine they probably just locked him in the med bay, and they're like, "Why don't you just stay here?"
Exactly. And so, and that's how I would think, is that and he's happy to do it, if not shivering in the corner, rolling back and forth. So that is absolutely what happened. That happened all within the first day. How are the rest of you getting comfortable on this arc? Heliodoro, this is your home. Your jackals have come for you. What's going through your mind as you kind of relaxing your digs here?
So I think in the first day, Heliodoro would have spent time with Loris Gutripper Kelwin, the head of the chapter, kind of briefing him on what happened and just explaining what happened. In fact, I think Heliodoro has been at this long enough and has been a part of this organization long enough that he's probably one of the older Copper Jackals on the murder arc, and is one of the only ones that's comfortable talking on a one-on-one level with Gutripper, and views him almost as a confidant. And while he's not pouring emotions out, it's one of those things where he just kind of, shakes his head, and Gutripper just knows and kind of pats him on the shoulder, and that's the exchange, their emotional exchange, as he deals with losing control of himself and attacking his own companions. And for some reason, because he unleashed his full attack on Flare, he was most affected by that. And he avoids her for most of that first day, which is just as well and just as easy to do with her being laid up in the what passes for an infirmary as Merrick is working on her foot. But by the second day, I imagine as they're in the trophy room, he's trying to subtly get her attention to kind of gauge how she feels. And I just picture him kind of leaning against the trophy case, and the whole top row is a variety of trophies, including a what looks to be the skull of some sort of dragon-like creature. Maybe it's the skull of a prototyphon. If not, maybe he's just passing it off as that. But nonetheless, the entire top row of trophies, about 6 of them, all have his name inscribed below them. And I picture him just kind of leaning against this trophy rack and trying to catch Flare's eye. And when she looks in his direction, he just kind of subtly taps the glass or taps the edge of the trophy case, just kind of like, and maybe gestures with his head like, eh?
So, for the last 2 days, I have been recuperating somewhat fine. Merrick fixed my leg, as he usually does. There wasn't much going on the first day. Everyone kind of rested by themselves. I started writing down what had happened in my journal. I knew the blacksmith would want to see it. He would want to study what was happening. It would be useful for the alloy of evidence to know what happened. The next day, we sort of naturally convened inside of the trophy room in the murder arc. Now, I'd never been here before, and I found it kind of strange that we all gravitated here, but I guess we tide turners, we are all attracted to each other. And as I was finishing up my notes, I hear this tapping. And I turn and I see Heliodoro, who, for some reason, was as scarce as a ghost yesterday, which was even weirder to me because, as far as I was concerned, there's only one Sarek in our group, but it seemed there was a second one with Heliodoro just avoiding me all the time. But now he was here, and he nods his head at the skulls, and I look to it. And I kind of smile, and I look to him, and I say, I'm not sure if I should be insulted or complimented that you attacked me with something, me, that wouldn't make me look like this. I mean, you barely ruffled my hair, Heliodoro. I'd expect you to at least make me into a skeleton, an ash pile, something like that.
He just kind of gives a snort from under his mask. but doesn't respond. He doesn't have the will yet to speak to Flair.
And kind of sensing this, I turn around completely and I put the book closed on top of the trophy case. And I lean up on one hand and I rest my chin in my hand. I look at him and I say, Heliodoro, I know how you are. We fought together so many years now, so many battles. It's not the first time I've gotten caught up in your sun stuff, as you like to call it. Now, I don't know what's behind the mask. You never really showed me that. But you shouldn't be concerned, Heliodoro. You burn the meat, I freeze the meat. That's how it's always been for both of us.
And at these words, you can see, you may not have noticed the tension that was holding Heliodoro at bay, but as you say these words, you can see him visibly relax and gives a sigh. And he still doesn't speak, but he seems much more comfortable. And for the rest of everybody hanging out, there's no staying back or shying away or anything. He's back to his old self.
I think as Merrick was helping Flair, Tyrael was standing there alone, waiting for them to be finished. And as he finds a quiet moment, takes a shard of what remains of a mirror from somewhere in this place, and he props it up, and he stares his copper eyes, looking into his reflection. And he reaches up and he closes a gauntleted hand around the debris that still lies at his neck, and just yanks it out, places a bandage to it, and just holds it, stopping the bleeding. And he's looking into this mirror, and his mind is cast back to this encounter that happened not long ago. He is remembering looking into that lupine face, that infinite face, the Bleak itself unraveling. Tyrael has seen something that not many people see. He saw infinite worlds. He saw immeasurable power, and he heard infinite arcane voices whispering in different languages. The power is mine. And also, the door must stay shut. And he blinks once again, trying to close his mind to this infinite power that has somehow scarred his mind as much as it has scarred his face. He puts his helm back on, closes his thoughts, and returns to the rest of them.
Nicodemus would have been preoccupied for the last 2 days, not needing to sleep, not needing to really rest. He stays holding that copper, that Titan copper from the initiate that was incinerated. He spends the first day just staring, thinking, regret, sorrow. Bits and pieces of his past come into his mind. As a Sarek, he doesn't remember much of what made him the way he is or his previous life. But he does remember that he vowed never to kill an innocent again. And the second day, he holds this copper plate in his hand for several hours, casting a constant fire spell to try to heat it up. As it's as hot as he can make it, he'll place it onto his sternum, and some of it will actually sizzle. And you will see him just with various spells try to mold that piece of Titan copper onto his sternum permanently. Along with that, you'll notice that other places in his body have pieces of Titan copper as well. Parts of his bones are replaced with pieces of copper. This almost fits to what he has. And as it cools, he makes another vow that whatever it was that made him do this, he will be its demise. No matter what he has to do, good or evil, vengeance will be his. He doesn't really speak to the other people. He simply does what he has to do. Very preoccupied and constantly looking at this piece of copper now permanently affixed to his chest.
After a few moments, Merrick finally enters the room with a rag in his hands, wiping it as he goes, just soaked with blood from performing surgeries on the different wounded. A lot of them it's setting bones and re-breaking bones in some cases. It's been trying, is the best way to put it. And he kind of looks over the group and he sees Tyriel still kind of looking inside the mirror. And that's the first place he goes. Every time I leave you assholes, you sit there and try and play doctor on yourselves. Don't you know any better by now? And he grabs Tyriel by the chin and lifts him up and looks at this just wound that's still there but partially healed. And Merrick will breathe out this copper mist, and it's going to help knit the healing process there, casting his own cure wounds on it to try and prevent a scar. And then he's going to notice not really the look or see it. He's going to smell it. And he's going to look across the room, and he just sees Nicodemus. And he's at a loss for words now. Nicodemus is now melting copper to his body. There's nothing he can say to this. And he just walks over. Nicodemus, you know that if you continue that, you're going to need me even more.
He would look up and he would reply, some things are worth the pain.
And I understand where you're coming from. But don't push yourself. Merrick's not going to heal him. He's going to let him do it because Merrick has seen him like this before. He knows that this is not the time to interrupt him.
Yeah, I think he would nod just in acknowledgement that he took the time to come over, that he acknowledged his comrade. But as Merrick noticed, this isn't a time that he wants companionship. This is a time where he wants to be alone with his thoughts and experience the pain almost in like his penance for what he's done.
Gentlemen, it's like you could cut the tension in the air with a knife. And someone plops down on one of the seats. And Heliodoro, you don't recognize this person, but I want everyone to give me, and you can do it with whatever intelligence check seems to make sense to you. You can do our Arcana, you can do some sort of history check is fine, and let me know. Ah, that mirror. I remember that mirror. If I remember right, that mirror came from, I think it was one of the southern islands of Raikkogen. It was a bear to capture. Let me tell you, literally a bear. And yes, a bear was guarding the thing. It was strange, some shogun nonsense. In any event, I think welcome is in order. And so all of you realize that this guy is one of the prime jackals. He doesn't necessarily sit around on the murder arc, typically. So this isn't a member of Onslaught, but this is one of the upper echelon. He says, we're going to need to gather some more information and intel. Now, I'm just going to say it. In a few minutes, you're going to be sitting across the table from the first Jackal. It's important that you're honest. He can usually spot a liar, and he hates traitors. I guess that'll be it then. If you'll follow me. And if you follow, he'll lead you down a hallway. And Jake, you would recognize this this room. This is sort of the meeting room. This is like Knights of the Round Table, like the stuff happens in here. This is the room in Sons of Anarchy where they meet to make decisions, that kind of thing, like a war room. And how rude of me. You can call me Abel. And this person sits down. He says, go ahead, take a seat.
I think Tyriel, I mean, if it is against what you're thinking, Tim, then don't worry about it. But I think a little while ago in Tyriel's past, there was a battle that went ill. And it was his fault. And many of the prime Jackals would probably have looked down on Tyriel as someone who was pushing the copper vow to its limits in terms of serving your brothers faithfully. But Abel never passed judgment. Abel was always level-headed, kind to a point. And despite this situation, despite the tension that is mounting as they walk into this war room, Tyriel is happy that at least Abel is with them.
Yeah, I think that that's a cool idea. I love that. So roll with me as the scene kind of unfolds, and we'll make that work. I think that's a great way to add in the character here. Into the room walks a tall, handsome man. Younger than you'd expect. He's got brown hair, a well-built frame, and he sits next to Abel. His armor's gorgeous, layered, myriad shades of copper and crimson with flourishes of leather. And he sits. He looks around. And he says, who are they? And Abel says, I think we're going to ask some different questions. And you notice that this handsome man has a copper eye. And it's difficult to tell, but in the center here, the pupil and the retinas are copper. And Abel says, I know what you've been up to. And he turns to the man who walked into the room. He then jams his fingers into the eye, grabs the retina and pupil, and detaches it. And as the handsome man grabs his eye and winces, with this retina in his hands, Abel takes his hand on the back of his neck, smashes his head into the table, and he says, now I think we've been properly introduced. I'm the first Jackal. This man is a traitor. His name's Braddock McHale. And he is one of the reasons that we had the little incident that we had. Now, I know you're thinking, you thought I'd be probably in better shape, maybe a little more handsome. You'll get over that. I'm exactly what I need to be for when I need to be it. And Braddock is going to give us exactly what we need. Now, I'm going to perform a little ritual here. You are going to get whatever information it is that you need. But Braddock here has been working with the enemy. And at this point, Braddock's face is pinned, his eye is bleeding, his copper, his jackal bite has been taking, and the first jackal has his head pinned. He says, and what happens next, you don't expect. The first jackal takes his hand, puts it directly into the eye socket where the copper bite or the jackal bite was. And he begins to draw energy. He begins to pull the Titan copper, and it begins to come out of every bit of Braddock's body. Where the eye may have just been one representation of the jackal bite, he's pulling, and this Titan copper begins to swirl around his own arm and armor and pull in and begins to become a part of him. And you see it sort of work its way into and under his armor. And he takes all of the Titan copper. He then speaks a word, and I want all of you to make a wisdom saving throw. He begins to speak, and the words fill your ears like a whisper. And his warm eyes glow coppery, and this black, oozing spirit, this sort of aberration rises from inside as though Braddock's soul itself was blackened. And it rises. Why have you summoned me here? And the first jackal says, they've got some questions for you. Go on, ask away. It's your mission. I can hold him for 10, maybe 20 minutes. Have fun.
Everyone's always described me as someone who's very airy, a bit aloof. They've always said that I had problems really focusing on things or seeming like I really care about everything. But right now, as I sit here looking at this thing, at this black spirit, the first jackal right there, the only thought that's going through my head is I wish I was as aloof and stupid as my parents said I was, because otherwise my heart would be beating regularly right now. I can hardly breathe. I'm almost hyperventilating. I'm confused. I'm not scared, but I'm almost awestruck, not by the first jackal, but by the effortless display of magic he just performed, a power that the blacksmith would find envious. And looking to my comrades for a second, I open my mouth, I close it, and then I look at Merrick and I say, do you want to ask, or should I?
Go on now.
I turn my head to this black goop, this thing, this creature. I ask the first thing and the most important question. What are you?
Oh, God's fortune. You bring me babies. Babies. And the first jackal says, Gavri, behave yourself. These are my men, and you'll answer to them as though you would answer to me. And then the first jackal looks at all of you. He calls me Gaz Fortune. It means fortunate one in his language. It's a play on words. Now go on and answer him. And you see the first jackal sort of pull back on this sort of invisible tether, and this black sort of, ichor, this spirit just sort of, very well. I am Gavri Sasha. I am an emissary for, what do you call the desolation? I am merely a worker, and I have taken up residence in your, what was his name? Braddock. I don't care. He was a bard. Bards are easy. They just want to perform. And so I granted his wish, and he let me dwell in him, telling me all of your secrets. You are easy to bomb.
I process what he says, and then I turn to Nicodemus, the one person who probably has the most experience with the desolation and the death of it, at the death of everything, more than I do. And I, with one hand, indicate Nicodemus to ask this thing a question, because he can surely understand it more than I can.
And Nicodemus would get the hint. And he would say, You are just the pawn. You will tell us who is your master.
Am I just the pawn? Man of rotting flesh, who does what this balding, aging jackal tells you to do? I know of the secrets of Dragongrin. I know of the Low Countries. I know where the buried remains of every murdered warrior lies, decaying and betraying their purpose. I know where the belly of the beast is. I know the true location of the Elven King who sleeps by his own foolish magic. You want to know who it is I serve? I serve Tathgora, the profane one. You will be meeting him soon.
You will be meeting him far before us. You think you will remain here. You are but a visage of what you were, and you will spend eternity in limbo, alone. Your Lord will not help you. Why have you been charged to do what you have done?
And he looks at the first jackal and he says, Gaz Fortune, you self-elected, pale protector of the weakest, pinkest creatures. It matters not. I will tell you. One who is hungry eats. One who is hungry for life eats life. And Tathgora, the profane, is tired of eating the darkness. He's tired of eating the shadows. He hungers for the living. You, I don't know if you'll have a flavor for. But you have felt it. You have seen it. The labor pains of this world. The pains of birth. Black birth. Tathgora will come here to your world. And the dismembered lord will be nothing more to you than another one of your flesh bags that was eaten.
Nicodemus would, from the mention of the dismembered Lord, he would be visibly taken aback as memories from the Lightfall came back to him. And with this overwhelming feeling of sorrow, he would sit down and he would drop his head. And the other jackals would know that his turn to ask questions was done. He couldn't do it anymore.
And the first
seeing his comrade. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Just seeing his comrade sort of slump his shoulders and take a seat. An unquenchable rage just bursts within Tyriel's heart, and he draws his blade. He doesn't move to attack, but he simply says, "You, Bleak Lord, you want to eat something? I will make you eat this. Explain yourself further."
And the first jackal, sort of matching the tone, but in his own way, says, "Ah, yes. In fact, that's actually a very good idea." And he puts what becomes a copper gauntlet immediately, instantaneously, as though liquid metal. He puts this copper gauntlet around the creature's neck, Gavri Sasha, and he pulls him entirely out of the jackal, who is now dead. And he slams Gavri Sasha on the table, and he starts choking him with one hand, and he says, "I want very much for Tyriel to be able to put his sword into your mouth. But you have information that's very, very important to us. So, let us finish this."
I have a few more questions before Tyriel over here decides to impale you. Tyriel, please hold yourself back, sweetie, for just a moment. Mr. Bleak Spirit, I want to make this quick because it seems my friends are impatient. You say that your leader, your monster, your king, this Bleak Lord is coming to essentially destroy everything, yes? Just a simple yes or no. None of the whole theatrics and the debates and the threats, please. Just yes or no.
Yes. Beautiful.
Thank you for the compliment. So why did you attack us, and why were we sucked into the desolation just moments ago, just a few days ago?
What do insurgents do? I am merely a probe. We were testing your defenses. We were seeing where you were weak. We laid traps. We laid so many clues. And you're brilliant. Your Gaz Fortune, your jackal number one, he led you all over. Tell them the truth. And he looks at the first jackal and he says, the first jackal says, "Yes, we've been following your little ploy for some time. We felt as though it would be only fitting if we also led you to believe that we were biting on your bait. A lamb chop is not a lamb chop unless the lion sinks his teeth into it. Yes? So yes, the insurgents have struck. Yes. but we know exactly where your Lord is going to manifest. In fact, we're headed there now. It's going to be brilliant. You see the face of this creature change because he doesn't understand the fact that the Jackals have been sort of in on this to a degree. And yes, these different various locations that, teams of Jackals have been going to inspect, the pattern didn't make sense for an invasion from that angle. And so you would know, especially Jake, I think, especially your chapter of Onslaught has been sent to myriad places just to test sort of thinning areas of where the Bleak meets reality and so on. And so in direct answer to your question, Flair, he would say, we were merely the distraction. And it worked. We ate some of your young. It will make your ranks thinner for the invasion.
I scratch my head and I sit back down and I close the book and I look over at Tyrael and then I look to the first Jackal, Abel, and I say, I want to ask him about this profane one, but I think we're all in agreement here that if I do ask him, he's just going to tell us how he's going to take me, eat out my womb, and then cut my head off. So, if you guys would.
At this, Heliodoro, who has stood silently, listening to this thing, and maybe even stood up when it first manifested as a creature of the darkness, the antithesis of his energies. And now with Tyrael, with his sword drawn, ready to do what he wants to do, his masked face on this demonic entity, Heliodoro walks toward it, coming around the table. And as he passes by Tyrael, he reaches out with a gauntleted hand and deliberately and forcefully takes his gauntlet along the blade, sparking it. And if you allow this, it's more flavor than mechanics. He's transferring his radiant energies of the sun into Tyrael's blade, causing it to burst into a white flame. And he leans in close to this entity. And with that same gauntleted hand, he reaches up and he says, we have seen your face. And he takes his mask off. And for the first time, everyone can see the bleak damage to his face that is, it's beyond recognition as a face, other than two holes where eyes should be and a lipless grin. Just a mask of horror. And he leans into this thing and he says, I am not an inquisitor. I am an executioner. And the questions are done. We have seen you, and now you have seen us. And this is the last thing you will ever see. And then he just looks back at Tyrael.
And if no one is going to stop him, Tyrael is simply going to start slowly, almost casually walking towards this creature of darkness, his blade and radiant power mixing with that of Heliodoro's, and he lifts it. He basically gives one final look to the prime jackal, for that is the only thing that is stopping him from bringing his blade down in a powerful, vanquishing fashion.
Yeah, and the first jackal just says, oh, go ahead. I can't follow that.
The prime jackal hasn't even finished his sentence before Tyrael is swinging his blade down in an arcing strike. I could attack if you wish.
I'll actually allow you to do sort of a coup de grace and essentially, in his dying, Gavri Sasha, he basically says one final phrase, and he says, it's like as the sword is coming down, it's like this quick sort of chanting, like, and he's just out of Doth Gora the living darkness. Doth Gora the living darkness. They will never discover your bite. They will never discover your bite. And with that, you obliterate him. Fire just consumes this spirit. And the room sort of... And the first jackal sort of wiping off his hands with a cloth. Whew. You all have quite a flavor for the theatrics. I love it.
Mr. Abel, first jackal. We will never discover your bite. What does that mean?
Haven't figured that one out yet. I was going to ask Nimbus. I just think he needs some time. A lot of people just think that the besieged do all the work. Frankly, I'm happy to get my hands dirty myself. You all did very good work. I understand that a lot of young men died. Thank you for the ones that you saved. That means the world. And I know you won't take it lightly when I say, I owe you one. I say we have a drink.
Tyrell is standing where he struck. And those words echoing in his mind, the living darkness. He mutters, your darkness shall never live again. I would love a drink.
Perfect. Well, we'll be to the site of it all in about an hour. Have your drink. I need to make my leave. I've got to go find a bigger sword. And unless any of you engage him or say anything else, the first jackal will leave the room.
As the first jackal leaves the room, Merrick pulls out a wineskin from his bag and begins to uncap it into a glass that's here in the war room. And he's pouring out this blackberry wine that Merrick's family used to make. It's the last bit that he's had, and it's actually past good. It's actually completely stale inside the wineskin. But he thinks to himself, I always held on to it for some reason. And tomorrow I might die. So I might as well enjoy it, even if it's no good anymore. He takes just a solid swig of it, and he looks over at Heliodoro as Heliodoro's refastening his mask, and he says, well, that explains why you wouldn't let me use Regenerate on you.
This is true. As he fastens it back in place. Some scars magic cannot heal.
I was just going to say very quickly, as you guys continue to talk, another jackal, Jake, you recognize this jackal. It's Brahm. It's one of Onslaught, and he comes up, and he goes, which one of you is Merrick?
Merrick will kind of give this who me look behind the glass. Yeah, I'm Merrick. What you need?
First jackal says to give this to you, and he hands you what is obviously a very rare and expensive bottle of wine. And he just says, he told me to tell you to throw that other stuff away. Anyway, good luck.
Merrick will roll the bottle over, and if you permit, Tim, I would like Merrick to have a moment where he discovers that this is the last bottle from his family's vineyard. It's completely intact.
And I think that it's not a mistake that the first jackal would have given it to you. That's kind of who he is.
Merrick kind of looks over the bottle, realizing that this is the first time in years that he's been able to have the wine that was actually fresh. The wineskin that he had, he brought that from Ennis, when his family's farm burned. It went under the sphere with him. It discovered his staff. Hell, it even went to the other side. Saw immeasurable horrors, but now he has something, a piece of what's left, if you can even call it that, of his family.
And Tyriel is going to walk next to Merrick, and he puts his hand on his shoulder and he gives a short, curt chuckle. And he says, well, if we learned anything from the first jackal this day, is that he has taste, my friend.
Well, you know, I've been running my mouth for months about how good our wine is. Why don't you find out? And he takes a couple more glasses out for everybody and pours.
And the murder arc rocks with a thunderous shake. And you hear through your attunement beacon, it looks like I misjudged it by about the better part of an hour. So stay alive. I've got to get that sword. And the murder arc does have some portholes and windows. It has some hatches. It has some gateways, some doorways, but you do see some fire ants and some other jackals of onslaught mustering. And you can hear over the attunement beacon, anyone who has theirs open to the frequency, you know, allowing it, is like, go, go, go. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Heliodoro, topside.
Heliodoro was already in movement. And by the time he hears topside, he's already throwing a hatch to the roof.
Well, I think I'll follow him. Usually my eyes are best when seen from above.
I too shall go.
To any who are outside, as the murder arc rolls, as the thunder of the hooves of dire oxen just push this land tank, you see that you're charging directly for a bleak storm. The biggest bleak storm you've ever seen. It's a wall of red death. The lightning inside of it lashes out, and it comes swelling toward you. You hear a hum. You hear a moving and a breaking. And then you see lightning begins to lash out of the cloud. And everywhere it hits, the desolation itself begins to spread. This rolling cloud of bleak is pulling the prime material plane into the desolation, into the Shadowfell. And you can see that as it crosses over, any land or trees or monuments become a twisted, bastardized version of themselves. And as this cloud pushes, the Murder Arc's commands are to go forward. Onslaught's command is to charge. The Fire Ant's command is to charge. And as you delve into this and the wisp of red smoke envelops you, roll initiative. So as you are on the murder arc, you see these trollish, sort of small, maybe goblinoid, just figures, just in droves running toward the murder arc. And you see Onslaught in force, just jumping off. And there is now, within moments, there is a full melee. You have a battle erupting around you around the murder arc as these small minions, much lesser forms, the first wave, the pawns, are attacking and trying to do their best to overrun the murder arc. Nicodemus, what do you do?
Nicodemus actually, I don't believe he jumped out with everyone else. He kind of stayed where he was. But I'm sure he knows the direction that he was going. So as he hears the sounds of battle, you would see parts of his bones, and especially that sternum piece, begin to glow that copper color. And you would see his form kind of phase out into this ethereal kind of a glow. And he would actually float out of the side of this basically fortress that we're in towards his comrades. As he sees the oncoming wall of creatures, he is going to grab a piece of the earth, and he's going to mutter some words, and he's going to throw that piece of earth, and where it lands, the ground will begin to rumble and crack, and out of it will rise a probably 10-foot tall earth elemental that will fight for him. And he will command it that way towards the enemies.
Excellent. So that you know, the way we're going to do it is these minions are sheerly for flavor. This is your Lord of the Rings fighting, orcs. So essentially, if there's a particularly gnarly situation or something funky happens, I might do a little damage here and there, or I might just say, hey, roll a d6 of damage from going through the skirmish. But these are just mostly for cinematic flavor. So you can kill a few, of these aberrations. You can describe what they look like. They're like Lovecraftian sort of tentacle creatures, like little, humanoids. But yeah, so just do what you want. Use them as terrain if you want, etc.
Okay.
And well, that was for everybody. Sorry, not just the Earth Elemental. So I was telling you that because what I was going to say then is narratively, I would imagine that the Earth Elemental does the classic like, and just like kicks one, grabs a couple and just smashes them together and just starts running towards the fray, swiping and wiping them out.
Exactly.
Now,
That's
as this
all.
happens, okay, perfect. As this happens, Merrick, you notice a change in the atmosphere. Even different from what you sensed before. And if there was a way for something so far off to get even worse, that's what happened. And all of you would see, but Merrick, you would notice it first. The bleak cloud itself, this roiling, enormous maelstrom, begins to twist and move and join. And before your eyes, faster than you would have thought was possible, but almost in slow motion, before you is the creature that you could only imagine would be Tathagora the Profane. An ancient, full-sized dragon made entirely of the Bleak itself. Merrick, what do you do?
Merrick being the ever casual self, actually climbed to the roof with his wine glass in hand, and he swigs it down, and he just tosses the glass casually off the side. And, maybe it wasn't best coming out here. Well, I'm stuck now. And he grabs his staff behind him with a flourish. He pulls it off of his shoulders. And what he's going to do is kind of brace himself on top of the moving tank that is this fortress, and he's going to look to the sky. What I'd like to do is activate my Copper Renown 2, which is Omens of the Sky. And with his other hand, he's going to pull his storm goggles up and look to the sky. What he's looking for is hints of the future, good or bad. His feelings are rarely precise, and often it makes more sense in hindsight. However, occasionally you might get a specific feeling in your spirit, such as a cause of a threat or a hint of an event's outcome.
So in your mind's eye, you see something that's very, very difficult to explain. It's the scene we're looking at, but in your mind's eye, that dissipates, and you see a very clear image of a rope, a looped, frail, regular rope. But it means something very important. You know this, but you don't know exactly why.
Merrick is kind of muttering as this is going on. Rope. There's a rope. I can't quite put my finger on it. And he suddenly breaks from the trance, and he looks to Tyrael and he says, I don't know what the hell it's got to do with anything, but a rope's going to become mighty important in this.
Tyrael just is staring at this bleak dragon as it just shifts through this colossal red storm, and he looks almost calmly at Merrick, and he says, "The gallows never lie." And he draws his blade. Chris, I don't know whether you'd actually finish your turn or not, so I didn't want to act.
Oh no, that's
so
great for flavor.
The book doesn't say what kind of action using Copper Renown 2 is, so I'm not really sure if it's a full action, a bonus action, or just a narrative thing.
It is a narrative thing. So it's one of those things that it's to be able to do something radicus on your turn without taking up any actions or anything like that.
Perfect. That's what I was kind of hoping for. Merrick will kind of nod, and again, he's showing Copper, and this time, because he's at full health and feeling great again, his whole circulatory system and respiratory system lights up with this copper glow, and he begins whispering these words, and there's arcane runes just dancing from his mouth, and he waves his staff, and it cuts this line across the air that if someone was in front of him, that knife would have just taken him out. And immediately out in front of the battlefield erupts a wall of fire as these goblins just run full force unknowingly into a wall of flames. That is, where to go? It is the Wall of Fire spell, which will be, let's see, 60 feet long, and it's going to do 5d8 damage, dexterity for half, but you said this is going to be a narrative battle, so I just assume there's a bunch that just run into it and die while the rest of them scramble and reassess and try and figure out how to get around this obstacle I've created.
Exactly. Yeah, and yeah, that's exactly what happens. Just that. I think that's fantastic. I love it. Is there anything that Merrick would like to do?
No, that he's just going to keep that wall of flame up to kind of basically split them, because he's plumped it in the middle, so now they have to fork out, so now there's two fronts to fight on.
That's perfect. That's very smart. Tyrael.
So the murder arc, is it still plowing through the numbers, or has it come to a halt, or?
It's plowing through. I mean, it's one of those things where it's, as Chris kind of described the lines, I imagine that there would be a line of onslaught on either side, shaping it almost like an arrow, with the murder arc being the pinnacle of the head, just kind of and we've never really said this, but I like to imagine that the front of it is just totally outfitted with gnarly, like, just blades and things, so that when it does plow through stuff, it's like
icebreakers.
Yeah, dude.
I imagine
Yeah,
it kind of looks like the fortress version of the Iron Throne.
Dude, yes.
Oh.
Exactly that. Just
So Tim, this Bleak dragon, how far away is it?
I would say narratively, depending on, I mean, you're moving quickly into it, so let's say I think a safe distance for this thing to form and for everybody to kind of get going would be like 200 feet.
Okay, so even narratively, I'm not going to get near that thing. So what I'm going to do instead is Tariel is just going to stand on the bow of this thing, one knee up on the front of the bow, and he draws his blade, and boom, that radiant energy just pours through the blade, and he basically swoops down from the bow of the ship, and he is basically going to land at where this sorry, I say ship, the tank thing. And he is basically,
it's a land ship. Sure.
Yeah. He's gonna hang on the side, and he is basically just cutting through things as they're going through, just laying waste. And then he grabs one, puts his sword through it, and then sends off the smite, and it causes this thing to just explode with radiant light. And I'm just going to wait till I get close to that dragon before I do anything else, and that's me done.
No, I absolutely love it. And so as all this is happening, what is Heliodoro doing? This is where you live. Like, Jake, this is what Onslaught does. This is Tuesday.
Right. And Helio knows every nook and cranny of the murder arc and how to take advantage of it. And as these goblinoid things are scrambling up the sides of this thing, Helio moves about halfway across the arc, actually gets down into a kneeling posture and lets about a dozen of these things swarm over him. And as they're beginning to engulf them, and he's in this posture with his hands just a little bit ways away, and he begins to get covered, he just suddenly goes, and when his hands connect, peal of thunder just emanates from his hand clap 100 feet in all directions, and just sends this dozen goblinoids scattering off of him in bits and pieces as he does a thunderclap, his first attack. And then he springs from his knees into a spiral, launching off and using the forward momentum of the murder arc to propel him as he flies into an upward angle, the full fly speed that he has, putting him just in range as I imagine he kind of spins around, and as he reaches that pinnacle of his flight, he brings his hands together again like this, and he unleashes what was originally, the first time we saw it, targeted at Flare reluctantly. It is now with the full and utmost intent targeted at this Bleak dragon. And unless this thing, I don't know, mechanically it's a con save.
Okay. No, that's perfect.
Arcs across, pure sunlight arcing across 150 feet to meet this thing full in the in its form.
No
and I've got a
worries.
fistful of dice if I do hit it.
Perfect, man. Let's go for it. Okay, so I fail that.
That's a DC 16. Oh, okay.
Well, I fail it. However, before you go crazy there, I have legendary resistance. So I basically am deciding I actually succeed that fail. So, yeah, I just decide that, no, that's not going to hurt me today.
I imagine, as with full confidence of this sunlight, the sunlight begins to dissolve as it reaches this Bleak dragon. And what should have struck it just becomes nothing but a couple motes of light when it finally reaches them. And you would see Heliodoro just kind of standing there, still in the posture, at a complete loss.
I love that. That's perfect. And epic turn, and them's the lumps when you're fighting a dragon. So, Flair.
I'm sitting at the table everyone else was. 3 of our group go above, and I can hear the bleak storm coming. I have my notebook open, and I'm writing fervently. These may be the last notes I can ever leave for the blacksmith, the last notes I can ever leave for the Alley of Eminence, and these are the most important. I hear Nicodemus fly out of the window. I can hear his elemental stomping on the deck above me. I can hear the fighting and the lightning, but then something else catches my attention. I stop writing and I look to my right, and I see the heart of winter, that beautiful orb sitting there, and it's shaking. It is vibrating. Inside, the breath of the white dragon that gives this thing its power is twisting and turning as a vortex. And then something happens that I never wanted to happen, that me and the blacksmith talked about in depth, that this was the worst possible outcome. The heart of winter cracks, and it cracks again and again, and bits of dragon breath begin seeping out of it. I stand up slowly. The battle above is the last thing on my mind, and before I can react, before I can grab it, it shoots directly into the air. It freezes the ceiling of the room I was in, of the war room of Onslaught, and it shatters it into diamond dust and goes spiraling into the air. I quickly climb up the ladder. I see everything happening around me. I see Heliodoro flinging fireballs. I see the great firewall go up, but my eyes then turn to the heart of winter, which is high in the sky, a single pale star above, and I turn, and I see the bleak dragon off in the distance. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to think. I have prepared all my days, every day, to see a dragon, to study a dragon, the sources of magic in Dragongrin. And then I see Tyrael, that beautiful, stupid bastard Tyrael, go jumping off the edge of the murder arc. I put my hands to my temple. We cannot fight that thing just with force. And I looked at Heliodoro, and as if to prove my point, I see his sunbeams become nothing but motes of impotent light against this dragon. And I continue talking. I have studied these things. I know what these are. We can't just swing and throw fireballs at it. We have to have a plan. Tyrael, we have to have a plan.
Tyrael puts his hand to his thing, and he says, and he just looks up at this beast as they're rocketing towards it, but he is lost for words and is unable to answer. Just taking in the majesty of this dark, fell creature swooping above them.
You all have to understand this. If that dragon breathes, it will destroy everything here. The magic it will inject into this bleak stone will make it 3 times stronger than it is now. We will die, and if we don't die, we'll be close to it. We cannot let it breathe. Nicodemus, Merrick, you two are good at controlling these type of things. You can seal stuff. I've seen you do it before. Can you seal its mouth? Can you keep its jaw shut?
You hear kind of the hesitation. Merrick is usually very, very casual in how he talks. Flair, I'm gonna be straight with you. I don't know if there's any way to stop that thing from breathing, other than to kill
it. Nicodemus would communicate by just saying, I might have a plan, but I must get in close. And I doubt any of us would survive.
We may not survive, but we can bring that thing with us.
Agreed. I'll fly with you, Nicodemus.
And he would, how far are we away from this thing, Tim?
Now, as the murder arc just continues to thunder toward this thing, I would say you're about 100 feet.
Okay, I think with the flying we can do 60. I am going to... How big is this dragon, Tim?
So it has the stats, as far as its actual size, it's gargantuan. So it is a gargantuan creature, which means pretty big.
Okay. I think this round would be getting towards it. I think that would be the main thing for this round. I will plan my action for the next one as we get closer.
Perfect.
But I will send the elemental towards him as quickly as I could.
Okay. And so the elemental charges, like I said, swatting the smaller fodder away, neck and neck with Onslaught as they just mow through this like a machine, just a meat grinder. Merrick, what are you up to, man?
Merrick just kind of looks at this dragon, realizing words that Flair has spoken. He begins his calculations, and he doesn't have dirt to write in this time, so he takes the bottom of the staff and he starts writing in the air. About how high is the dragon's head off the ground? It's an odd question, but Merrick has...
I mean, you tell me if is there a specific reason. I don't have a... It's because it's flying, so it flies at about 80 feet up, and then the thing's gargantuan. So
that answers my question about the flight thing. Merrick kind of mutters to himself, and he just starts scratching out his writings. You guys got to get that thing on the ground. It's the only way that I can try and stop it from breathing. I can try and lash its face with some vines. That's all I can think of. But it's got to be on the ground. I got one more idea. And he starts chanting words, and he seems very hesitant on this one because he saw that the spell was useless last time, so he's just not sure that it's going to work. Where is that one? It's Earthbind, but I'm looking for the details. Basically,
sure.
It's the one that that brings him to the ground.
Totally.
I believe it's Elemental Evil for that one. If you'd like to continue, my DC is 19. We can find out if he just ignores it anyways.
Let me see if I make it. Nat 20.
Okay. Merrick has his goggles on, and he's going to sit there, and he's like, oh, no, you don't. You're coming down. He's going to use his Stormgazer goggles and impose disadvantage on that.
Perfect. And you know what? I will not allow legendary resistance against it because of the nature of it.
His fly speed is reduced to 0 if he fails.
Yeah, he does fail big time.
He descends 60 feet per round until he reaches the ground. And hopefully he smashes into a bunch of these minions.
Perfect. So as the dragon begins to fall, you see it faster than your perception would allow you to really understand what's happening. It disappears entirely. And only as it's falling, that flight, and only in your peripheral vision do you realize that now it is 60 feet behind the murder arc on the ground. It has fully teleported behind you and draws back to breathe a weapon of the Bleak, this bleak breath. And so, basically, this dragon exhales this fire, this writhing, flaming bleak storm in a 90-foot cone. So any creature in the area has to make a DC 24 dexterity saving throw.
it's a bad day when you roll a 22 and you don't make it.
Okay. So, hot, searing, burning, bleak explodes around the murder arc as this dragon engulfs you in the most profane of this old, ancient, arcane force. And since everyone missed it, everyone takes, hold on, 90 points of damage.
Something I didn't think
Wait,
about on
I missed with a 29.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant 29 hit points. No, I'm sorry, Jake.
No.
I missed your roll.
I was gonna say, good God.
No. You made it. You made it. It's a 24 is what you're going for. That's my fault.
Okay. Dexterity saving throws are kind of my forte.
No, yeah. So you absolutely dodged that entirely.
I forgot to ask, is the murder arc providing any cover for us? Because that would change the saves.
I would say probably not, because
Okay.
this thing is tall enough so that it's top down, not really like side. So it would just be. That is 90 points of bleak damage, which essentially is, necrotic damage, we can call it. And then that will be the dragon's turn. And the dragon from here on out goes after Merrick. So Toth Gora, the profane. Him in the initiative order there. All right, Ariel, what you gonna do?
Ariel is just enveloped with this bleak energy for the second time now, and once again the synapses are firing, and he's seeing thousands of worlds and pain that is literally unreal. It is from another world, and he is glaring up at this profane, gargantuan beast that swings over them, and he just looks to Heliodoro, and he just grunts. You threw those initiates. Fancy giving me a boost?
And if Tim will allow it, I'll absolutely use my turn to attempt to hurl Tyriel with the full force of my action.
You absolutely may do that.
And what I would like to do then is use a dash action of flight to move double my speed, and just grabbing him under the arms and just with everything I've got, and then just at the apex of this, just release Tyriel towards this thing.
And as Tyriel is released, those wings spread from his back once again, and he lifts up his giant sword and he brings down for the most powerful smite he can muster with a level 4 spell slot, and he's going to try and attack. This is his first one. Oh baby, that is 24.
All right. So you need a 48 to hit. No, I'm kidding. Kidding. That does hit.
And I'm going to roll my second attack just to see if that hits.
Perfect.
23.
Also hits.
Excellent. Okay. Tim, I'm gonna do the damage separate, but I'm just gonna say that my blade just beams with light as I just swing it down. And the idea is that I'm actually gonna try and uppercut this creature to try and basically stop him from being able to breathe down on us again, essentially. So his head is diverted away with my strike.
I absolutely love that. And so as you roll your damage, this dragon has what are called legendary actions. And this is one of the things that makes dragons so deadly. So basically what it does is it lets kind of boss creatures fight in between rounds so that you guys understand what's happening. So every time one of you takes a turn, depending on how much, I get 3 legendary actions every cycle. So there are different things that cost different points and stuff like that. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use my legendary action to swipe and take a huge hit at Heliodoro. And so I'm going to roll that. Whoa, super dropped it. Let me roll another one.
And while you're rolling that, Tim, as a reaction, if I get hit with this, I'm going to activate my Convictus armor.
You need to, because I rolled a nat 18 and his attack for the tail is plus 12.
Jeez, oh Pete. So yeah, as a reaction, I'm going to just bring, you would actually see, because he's still in full force flight at this thing from the action of hurling Tyrael. And so you just see the copper of his mask just suddenly goes, shoo, 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 shoo. And he's with his arms back. He has suddenly become a copper sarcophagus of armor. And that is going to, one, reduce any damage by twice his level, so by 28 points of damage. And then the rest of it is up to you, because he has just become a giant copper bullet hurling at this thing.
Totally. So what I'll do is I will allow for whatever damage that you're going to do. I'll say, like you said, you're a copper bullet. I will let you do essentially an attack as you do that, but I'll let you hit automatically. So just roll damage for what your unarmed strike would be.
Okay.
And let me know what it is. All right. So from there, we are on, and so this is going to be tricky. Try to help me keep track, because as the legendary actions kind of kick in, it gets kind of wonky because the rest of the initiative order stays the same. So according to my notes, after Heliodoro is Flare, yes?
How much damage did I take from that?
Oh, from the tail? That would be good to tell
from
you.
the attack.
Yep. You took 16 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, so I take no points of bludgeoning damage.
Perfect. Yep, so it would just be...
And the damage is in the chat from my bullet.
Perfect. Let me get that here. Got it noted. All right. So now, Marquise, both of those attack hits. If you're wondering what we're doing, we're pre-rolling because we want to make it to the closing ceremony. So we're pre-rolling some of the attacks. So Marquise, explain, because both of those, the number you're looking to hit for this dragon is a 19.
Okay, I also action surge, as you can see lower down there. So I'm just going to describe everything, and I'll put the damage in the side afterwards.
Perfect.
Right? So the first thing that happens is that Flare sees his dragon brought down, and then she sees it turns into nothingness. She takes a deep breath, and she turns on her heels instantly, for she knows what's happening. It's not an intellect knowing, it's an instinct, a gut reaction. For as she turns, she can just feel the shadow behind her, the massive weight, and she looks up dead into the eyes of the Bleak Dragon, of Toth Gorah, of the Profane One, as it breathes onto the murder arc. And she then sees nothing. She sees blackness. She feels nothing. It's like she's inside of a sensory deprivation tank. Unlike Tyrael, who feels unreal pain, otherworldly pain from across the worlds, she feels total nothing. And that nothingness almost destroys her. For when the bleak breath passes, she is on both of her knees. She is on her hands, and she is staring down at the floor of the murder ark, and she cannot move. Every organ in her body has been paralyzed. Whereas arterial synapses are going crazy, every thought in her head is completely gone. But then the white light of the heart of winter touches her back, and she can feel it floating above her. And slowly, through the cold and this twisted magical sense, through the leaks of imminence coming out of this magical item, she can feel her body functions returning. And then she can feel the Titan copper burning in her skull. And then the horns burst from her head, the spines burst from her back, and she slowly picks herself up just in time to see Tyrael thrown at the Bleak dragon. She reaches out her hand and she calls forth Northwind's razor, the sword that belonged to the sixth member of their band who died, and she picked it up and she uses it in his honor, and she runs forward. Now, if you've ever seen Batman versus Superman, remember that when Wonder Woman jumped at something, she jumped like 30 feet at one distance to get to something. That is exactly what Flare does. Shield out, sword out. She explodes at full force, full speed towards the Bleak dragon. And her sword falls, rises, and falls and does not stop. I like to imagine that she's actually fighting back to back with Tyrael. Like he swings, then she like flips off of his back, then she swings, and they kind of rotate like that, like a turret, just constantly swinging and blocking, knocking away talents, kicking away minions when they come up, and just keeping doing that. And then at the end of this beautiful dance that these two warriors are making, she puts her left hand out by his face just as the dragon kind of swings its claw, and this beautiful blossom of ice emerges from it as the ray of frost strikes the talon, freezes the claw, goes past it, and just hits the Bleak dragon directly in the mouth and shatters ice, diamond dust falling over the both of them as the fight continues.
Wonderful. And Nicodemus, you see Flare do all of that and essentially go face to face, head to head with this dragon. What's going through your mind?
First thing he would think is, damn child, you need to get out of my way. He would look for an opening between the two as he's flying closer and closer. Would there be a moment that this dragon opened its mouth?
Yeah, when I would say when Flare just hit it, when just shattered it like that.
Okay. Then Nicodemus would not stop flying. He would extend an arm, and he would extend a finger. And just before he went into the mouth, he wouldn't teleport away. He would fly as just directly into this thing's throat. And as you did right before, you would notice the copper bite all over his body, his bones, a leg bone, a rib bone, this sternum piece, part of his skull, begin to glow as he uses his copper boon of imminence eradication. And he points this finger and he casts Disintegrate as he enters the mouth of this dragon.
All right, so mechanically, what do I need to do?
It says you need to do a dexterity check. That's a 19. But he is in his mouth, so I don't know if that helps at all.
Let's see here. All right, so I fail that. However, I have legendary resistance. So describe to me what would happen if this worked.
Well, if this worked, I doubt he would, because of the copper eradication, it would allow max damage, would be 100 damage on this. It'd be, excuse me. I doubt that would kill him, but it would certainly do some damage to his throat, to his mouth. It would certainly preoccupy him, maybe not allow any more of those breath weapons. Something inside would just burst or fry, or something within him in that upper palate or down his throat. It would just do some damage in that area.
So I'm going to flavor this. So essentially what happens is you do this and touch it. And just to give you the nature of this dragon and the nature of the bleak and the nature of imminence, this begins to happen. This begins to work. It begins to, and the pieces of the dragon disintegrate. And then using imminence, using its ability to see multiple pathways of time, it literally just reverses the effect. And so you are now inside the dragon's mouth.
And there I will remain. I can't do anything from there.
Yeah, and so essentially I'm going to use one of my legendary actions. And I'm going to bite you. 21.
That's going to hit.
You take 16 piercing damage plus 3 cold damage.
With that, as he bites down, the other copper jackals can audibly hear the crunch of the bones as they crush under the weight of this dragon's maw. And inside the mouth, Nicodemus can feel the life leave his body, and he drops to 0.
So Nicodemus is at 0 hit points inside the dragon's mouth.
Yep.
All right. From there, Merrick, what are you doing?
Merrick begins chanting, and this time it's much more forceful, and he's just running through these words, and the runes are circling around him, and they form these 10 orbs in front of his mouth. And then he takes them and he swirls them around with the staff, and he wings them into the air, and you see these red incendiary clouds start to form over the dragon. He brings his staff down and points at the dragon with the knife hand. Now you die. And 10 orbs fall as I cast Firestorm. All 10 are going to drop on the dragon. I listed 10 different damages. He gets a DC for each one of them. It's 19 dex.
And I am absolutely out.
I was
going to say, no more legendary actions.
Wait, Chris, every single one of those is another damage?
Yes, the DC, and each one of those are damages.
My God.
He's big enough that I can land all of them on top of him.
That's so perfect.
For the people watching, I'm just going to read out the damages real quick. We have 49, 34, 34, 47, 31, another 47, 45, 33, 32, 23.
And these are all decks, you said, right?
Yes. And does he happen to be resistant to fire?
I don't see that, no.
Oh, dang. I don't get to use my feet. I have elemental the mastery so that I can ignore resistances.
Oh, no. Yeah, in fact, yep. I'll just leave it at that. So far, he's missed 3.
It is half damage for the ones he misses.
Cheese and crackers. Come on, dragon. Got one. And it was how many total?
It is 10 fireballs, but do you want me to total it, or do you want, because each one
Oh,
gets...
no. I'm sorry. My saves. How many saves do I need to make? 10?
And I imagine that as these balls of fire hit this thing, it's just this cacophony firestorm of just swirling incendiary nonsense. It, like, the dragon is wreathing it back in pain. Just it hasn't experienced anybody going like this critical on them as quickly as it's become. And
Dude,
America knows that it's too late, man. This is it. We've got to do it.
Dude, yes. And so I only made, out of the 10, I only made 2 of the saves. Because of the way that this dragon works, he just doesn't get any bonuses to dex. At all. So it was straight D20 rolls.
And Merrick is going to sit there, and he's just watching. If that doesn't fall, I'm going to come back with another round of nonsense for him. And you can see him start to conjure, and his copper bite glows. He has God, what is it called? The redirection boon So he's actually beginning to redirect his spell slots to give him another level 7 spell slot.
I would like to nominate Chris for a point of inspiration for that line. He's gonna have another round of nonsense ready for it. He deserves inspiration for that line.
Listen, Chris, you can take inspiration for thinking of that spell and using it. So this is the first time the dragon speaks, and it says, "The desolation has little need to name its horrors. And among the vile and the dark, one must be especially terrible to be set apart, to have a name. You dare hit me in the black bleeding pool of the desolation. I am known as Torthgora, the profane. I will feast upon your weakness." And the dragon is clearly perturbed by all of this that's happening. He gets another legendary action. And for this particular legendary action, he's going to twist the fabric of space. So any creatures within 15 feet must make a DC 18 Dex save or take 12 bludgeoning damage and be knocked prone.
So
What's the
I would
DC?
automatically fail that because I'm restrained in my Convictus armor, but the damage is below my threshold for what I can block.
Perfect. And that's the exact point of that armor. So basically you would just get knocked away like the DC Marquise is an 18 Dex. And so what this looks like is a wave of heat. Like he's just like shaking off these fireballs, this massive damage. If the Bleak could bleed, this thing is bleeding. And it uses this to just eruption. It just Bleak.
And how much damage?
You will take 12 bludgeoning damage and be knocked prone. All right. And it is now the dragon's full proper turn. First, we roll our recharge die to see if we get to breathe fire again. Nope. Lucky devils. So, this dragon is now upset and has become more visceral, less theatrics and teleportation and breath weapons, and more sheer, just maleficent physical attacks. So the dragon makes 3 attacks, 1 with its bite and 2 with its claws. So, Marquise, are you now fallen dead? Because you sliced in the air, and then I imagine you were near the dragon?
Yeah, I imagine she was slicing the dragon, she was doing the dance material, and then she would have fallen back onto the murder arc and just like landed in like an icy spire.
Perfect. No, that's great. So what this dragon is going to do is actually it lurches back, especially for Merrick, and then it thinks on what it's doing. And it says, "Look into my despair." Everyone roll. And the specific save you're going for, let me make sure I read the right one here. Okay, you need to roll. Hold on one second. I just want to make sure I do this right. It's getting pretty tense, and I want to make sure I don't mess up. Okay, so what you're going to do is what's throwing me off is I'm using the Tome of Beasts, and some of the abilities say, see the first entry. So I keep having to go back and forth. Okay. You're all going to be driven mad. It's essentially a DC 22 wisdom save.
Tim, I want you to know right now that I know what you're using exactly, and this is my favorite thing in this book, and I hate you for trying to kill me with it.
Yes. I'd like to use my inspiration that I conveniently garnered last round.
You may. And yeah, for anybody who, yeah, so it's the Void Dragon from the Kobold Tome of Beasts.
Oh, it's nonsense.
Yeah, it's not, when we kill it, we're dead. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to say anything.
In the chat of my dragon game, you were going on about the Void Dragon being so awesome.
I was. Now look at me.
Just 4 hours ago.
Is this not? If this is an irony, I don't know what it is.
Dude, yeah, I had to. I was like, dude, this is a Bleak Dragon if I've ever seen one.
I got a 15 on my save, so.
So you are frightened for 1 round. And if you 15, 16.
Tim, is it just a frightening effect? Because I do have advantage on those, and I wouldn't have to use my.
Oh yeah, it's just frightened. Yep, it's just frightened. And in fact, it's But the thing that makes this though is that if you fail to save by more than 5, you're driven insane.
Okay, but
nobody failed it by more than 5, so you're good.
Okay.
Tim, can I quickly ask who would be standing near me? Because I'm saying because I was fighting quite near Flare. Did Flare fail by any chance?
Yeah, out of 15. So wait, I get your aura bonus, and how big is your bonus?
Yeah, so anyone standing within, I think it's 30 feet of me, just cannot be frightened, and neither can I.
Oh hell yeah!
So, you're
Dude,
fine, man.
Here's what you need to do. You need to narrate that to me quickly, but narrate that to me.
So it was just this aura from the dragon, right? So it's almost like it's this rippling effect. And in another life, in another world, perhaps through that we can see echoing in the Bleak, this would have claimed all of our minds and driven us insane. But Tyrael stands defiant, this aura glowing around him, gold and copper wreathing around his wings, and it is just battered aside by Tyrael's defenses. This aura, this evil, and he stands ready to take his turn. Which I've already rolled for, Tim, if you don't mind me just doing it.
Yeah, go for it.
So he struck twice, and he is kicking off the ice pillar that had formed near Flare. He is just going to, with one beat of his wings, lift up level with the dragon, and it's just it's almost like time pauses for a second, and then slice, and you can see 2 golden lines remain in the air for how quick this blade hit this dragon twice for it was 68 points of damage.
Wow. Yikes. Let me check something here. Because you guys are just murking it like, so I got to make sure I got the damage here properly.
Chris, every time you do this, I want you to know that a part of me dies and another part of me just becomes so happy at all these numbers that I'm seeing.
So, yeah, this thing is looking pretty.
I'm about to make your year.
It's looking pretty gnarly. Oh my God, Chris. Okay, I gotta.
There we go.
All right. Oh, first one, nat 20. 15. I gotta beat a 14. Fail. Chris, what's my target number? 19? Oh my gosh. Okay, so I made 2.
I also have the boon that lets me do it as a bonus action. You're getting 2 firestorms.
I made 2 of them out of 10.
Wait, if it's 2 is that 20 saves he has to make if it's 2 firestorm? Okay.
Oh, baby Jesus.
I feel like we should just go ahead and execute it at this point.
The damage might not do it. No, I'm just kidding. No, I really want to play this out because I want to see how balanced it is.
I thought
Come on.
Drake doing the max damage to disintegrate was ridiculous. But this is the most nonsensical thing I have seen in D&D5e.
So,
Dude, out of
Imminent
20, I made
Redirection
4.
And Imminent Quickness kind of makes you a boss if you're a druid.
God.
Dude, but here's the cool thing though, is that it's working because I think it's great. So
Honestly, if we didn't have it, we would have been doomed.
exactly.
Like, one more breath attack, we are all dead.
That's why the Copper Jackal stuff is that's what it's supposed to do. So out of 20 of those, I made 4 total, 2 each round. So if you can add all that up for me, that would be phenomenal.
Okay, I'll get back to you in a second.
All right. Go do your accounting. Yowza, as we say in the biz. So I'm sort of lost in the initiative order here. So Merrick went because the dragon went, then Tyrael went, and I got that, and I added that damage. Did I miss Jake? Did I skip you?
I think you skipped me and Jake at the end.
Well, I think somehow Merrick went. Maybe you were pre-rolling, Chris, and I thought it was your actual turn.
I think.
Okay, so that doesn't happen yet.
I was expecting to do 20 damage rolls. So
Got it. Right. So got it. So he was pre-rolling. So he's doing that. So it hasn't happened yet. And in fact, that would be a cool narrative thing to end on.
We also haven't gotten Nicodemus' other death saving throws. So me, Nicodemus, and Heliodoro, because I know Tyrael went with the 2 attacks, so it's us 3 who have not went yet.
Perfect.
Yeah, because I go after Tyrael.
Yep, that's correct. So why don't you go ahead, Heliodoro and Nicodemus, make me a death saving throw.
Okay, so
Am I in this thing's stomach, throat, mouth?
You tell me, man. It's a rough time. So how do you want to play that?
I would think, I mean, like I said, I think that the bones would be kind of crunched, and I would think that he would have been swallowed pretty small.
I like that.
Yeah, he's probably in his stomach at this point.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Rolled a 13 on the death save.
all right.
Okay.
So after the man, so much stuff has happened. I don't even remember what it was, but something from this dragon that pushed him back in his sarcophagus, Helio in his Convictus armor, and I imagine it skittering backwards, and with this, just everything, just all hell's breaking loose, and Helio just kind of deactivates it as the thing's skittering, and you see as he just kind of does that cool martial arts sliding backwards on his feet and one hand down, and I imagine he just suddenly comes to a stop up against the back of the murder arc, and he's going to immediately push off of it and launch through the air, and as he sees Merrick casting and preparing for more insanity and looking around, doesn't even see Nicodemus and just everything going on, he's going to try one more time at almost point blank range to just unleash this searing sunburst, which is this 20-foot orb of light that he just hurls at this thing's head, and it needs to make a Constitution saving throw of DC 16.
Okay. Nope, not gonna do that. I keep dropping my dice. Dude. Okay. Hold on. I forgot. Do I even D&D, bro? Okay, I miss. Totally. Gosh, this dragon needs to roll higher.
29 points of pure radiant energy explodes around his head.
One of his bleak wings and entire arm is just wiped off. It is going to use its its legendary action. It uses something. This is called basically, well, I'm not going to tell you what it's called. What it can do is open a space in the bleak and in time, and using the last of its energies as before it dies, it grabs with its tail and hands and picks up the entire murder arc. Picks it up, and you see this portal, this swirling, and it stuffs the entire murder arc into this hole, and it seals it up. Any jackals from Onslaught who are still on the murder arc and the murder arc itself are now somewhere in the void. And that was its legendary action. So, Jake?
I still had another attack in there.
Oh, you're good. No, it's fine.
No, that's cool. I like the way that kind of played out, because it kind of fuels seeing his home base just suddenly picked up and vanquished like that. Fuels the second half of his attack, which is just going to be a want to make sure I didn't burn. Nope, that was a bonus. So he's just going to go in straight for the solar powered punches to this thing's head as the monk just flying right in, and he's going to do the 1, 2, 3 combo of radiant hits. So the first one is a 22, 23, and a 24, respectively. Each one of those does damage. So as he's punching this thing, this is 14, 15, 16, 31 more points of radiant damage from these solar powered hits. As he's just pow, pow, and uppercut.
So, the thing, okay, some good questions. You know, who was on it? Who was on the murder arc? Did we fall off? I'll leave that entirely up to you guys. If you want to do a save for it, if you want to say you jumped off, if you want to say you went into the void, that's entirely up to you. I think being Jackals, and especially being on top of it, it wouldn't have been too difficult to jump off because the dragon lifted it as a portal open. I mean, you can kind of read the signs. I don't think it was instantaneous. So I'll leave that entirely up to each player.
We followed the boss's telegraphing. Got it.
Yeah, man, it's your call. If you're like, I'm lost in the void, I'd be like, all right, one shot. No. So that should catch us up, and it is now Flair's turn, yeah?
Yes. So before I go, that message I just sent you privately, Tim. All right. So how I imagine this going is the hand reaches out and it picks up the murder arc and it throws it. Flair's body goes tumbling along the deck all the way down the entire lengthwise of it as it's being picked up and sucked into the void, into the bleak. And right before she herself is sucked in, she jumps off of the back end of the murder arc and she's just kind of floating in the open space, falling freely now, the actual dragon underneath her. The murder arc is gone. The void has sealed, and the stars are kind of spiraling around her that's been created by the heart of winter. She looks down, and as she's falling, she takes her sword in both hands, and she raises it above her head in this type of motion, and she's landing straight towards this thing's skull. She begins to whisper 3 words again. Again, the first word in Draconic, the second word in Titan speak, and the third word in Bleak speak. And as she does so, the ice particles begin to clash against each other again and again, and lightning crackles above. And imagine with the Bleak swirling around, you see these massive tornadoes off in the distance, these massive city-sized lightning bolts going this way and that way. But now they're all being attracted to the heart of winter. They're powering the heart of winter. And this thing is beginning to glow as bright as the sun itself in the sky, or to be more accurate, a beautiful silver moon. And then the lightning falls, channeled through the heart of winter, into the pommel of Northwind's razor, straight through the blade, the same moment that she hits the top of this dragon's head. And she drives a fork of lightning, a monumentous, godlike smite, the likes of which few have ever seen, straight into the base of this thing's skull.
And as your sword enters its skull, the dragon's tail, without missing a beat, whips up Ooh, crit.
Damn.
Uh-oh.
I was going to shield, but JK.
JK. So the tail, so as this lightning sword, and as the creature's mouth opens, bolts of lightning are sparking within it. You will die. And it bats you, and that would be a 36 points of bludgeoning damage.
So imagine as the tail hits me. The lightning is so hot going through Northland's razor that when the tail hits me, it shatters the sword into just droplets and shards of star steel that goes scattering like glass along with flare through the sky, like through these horrible winds and these small tornadoes. And she hits the ground hard and she bounces. You can hear the breaking bones, the crooked arm and everything. But as she lands against the ground and slides to a stop, she smiles under her breath as she knows that some god has tried to kill her for the 5th time and has failed once again. Tim Kearney, you've not killed me tonight.
I know. Hey, man, it's not over yet. So, Nicodemus. I think you're muted.
For some reason, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. It's weird. It's still showing that it's muted to me. It's really loud.
Super weird.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, I'm basically cooking in this thing's stomach at this point. So all I can really do is make a death save, no?
Yes, and I want you to do so with advantage.
Oh. Sweet. That's 2 6s.
Yikes, man. Listen, I tried.
He's still baking.
He's still baking in there.
I'll go back to my chair again.
So, Merrick.
So Merrick has begun conjuring every bit of arcane energy he can pull, and it's a shame that Flair's not taking notes anymore, because if she was, she would notice this strange connection as he pulls onto his copper boon the Eminence redirection to give himself another spell slot. He begins conjuring out of these incendiary clouds above it the first storm, which rains down. And you can see Merrick pull and strain himself. His lymphatic nodes swell with copper energy, and you see it start to spread through. Another organ system is taken over by his copper. He has drawn everything he can, and he does Eminence quickness to cast a second firestorm. The Bleak behind him, actually, something that even he doesn't notice, has swirled and funneled into tendrils towards him so that he can draw the power of the Bleak to cast this second one in addition to his copper boons. And for anybody who's curious, it came out to 621 damage, and I halved the highest at damage rolls.
That's ridiculous.
21. Seriously?
Rob's face needs to be
2
screenshotted.
firestorms on one big creature. That's apparently the trick.
Dude, man, yeah, we gotta definitely put some errata out for that boon.
Insanity itself. That's
Dude, that's
insanity incarnate.
No, dude,
That is
that's
insane.
awesome. It's game breaking, but it's
Woo!
awesome.
Incredible.
I guess-
No, it's cool. It's cool, man. I love it.
I was gonna say, I guess in the playtest, nobody's tried to do Firestorm.
That's 1,000 points of damage.
I was gonna say, I don't think we tried to anything this high, so that's actually
Chris, you're a sly dog. That was great.
Super good.
This is the real final Copper Jackals playtest.
Dude, yeah. Well, we did some offline stuff this high, but I didn't cast Firestorm using that exact boon.
So in reality, this only works in a very specific situation. Because of the dragon's size, I can put all 10 of those spheres on top of the dragon. In reality, Firestorm is more of a crowd control spell. It just happened to work out that he was big enough for me to be able to do it. So this isn't like an every time you can do this nonsense.
Sure. It's awesome, dude. It's working right now.
We're back to 3.5.
Yeah, dude. What were you saying, Drake?
Oh, no. I wasn't saying anything. I was saying he can do 1,000 damage, but could somebody get me out of the dragon? I'd appreciate that.
No, I'm cooking you like haggis. No big deal.
I'm cooking you like haggis.
Well, it doesn't take much to
Like
revive a
nonsense.
Sarek. I mean, he's all bones anyway, right? Just get me out. I'll do it.
It'd make an amazing broth.
Using that Drake stock. All right.
Yeah.
So, with its final breath, this beast from the desolation, Tothgora the Profane, says, I will not be defeated in solitary. And as his body begins to bleed the bleak, it starts to glow and it starts to shake. And this light begins to envelop him. And I will give you 1d4 rounds before this bleak dragon explodes, obliterating everything within a mile. You have 2 rounds to get Drake out of that dragon if that's what you're going to try to do. But I'll be ready. So the dragon no longer acts because it is essentially getting ready to explode. So that was Merrick's turn. Next would be Tyrael.
I'm going to stare at Heliodora, and I look around and I see that the ship that we're on, the famous ship of the Onslaught. Oh no, that went into the void, didn't it? That's gone. Doesn't matter. We still have a member of Onslaught with us. And I look at him and I see that all that we've gone through, and I feel Tyrael knows that there's only one thing that's going to be able to protect someone from such an immense detonation. And he screams to Helidoro, your armor. Can you bring about your armor? And out of game, that is the Convictor's armor that I know you get. Perhaps that might be the thing to save him if you can get to him.
And Heliodoro was thinking the exact same thing. Unfortunately, I can only call that power once a day.
And Tyrael looks to the beast again, that's sort of writhing, ready to detonate. And it kind of just looks to the others as if, what do we do? Do we leave them? We can't leave him.
I think that even though Nicodemus is unconscious, I think that the spirit of what he is and kind of that copper attunement. Maybe you don't hear words, but all of you get this feeling that he's telling you to go. He's telling you he's just one, and it isn't worth it. It's just this feeling that you guys have that I would want you to go. I wouldn't want you to sacrifice yourselves.
It is still technically Tyrael's go, and he left Jackals behind once. He isn't going to do it again, and despite the helplessness of the situation, his wings arc one more time, and he is just going to launch himself at the dragon in an attempt to try and cut into it, inside it.
It is viscous and changing, and you may cut its belly open using your attack. So you may jump, use your attack, and essentially slice its belly open. Nicodemus doesn't just fall out like a present, but there's some, there's definitely, you can see him in there, somewhere. The bone's sticking out. It's probably him. You'd recognize that face anywhere.
And as I'm reaching, I like to think that Tyrael's hand is just reaching towards him, and then we'll get a cut away from my go, I think.
So, next is Heliodoro himself.
I think the only thing Heliodoro could do, because he so desperately was also thinking of just using his force to burst into this thing and wrap Nicodemus up and try to encase him in the armor, but he cannot call that power again. And as Tyrael begins to just split the belly of this beast open, and we see Nicodemus in there, I think Helio, the only thing he could do is just rush in and begin to pull apart the ever-changing form of this dragon to widen the hole and make it easier to get him out.
You can do so as a monk. You make quick work of this, just like inner organ of Bleak. Now this thing is starting to see it seemingly materialize. It's becoming more of a form, even though it's getting ready to glow and sort of explode here. And you find him, and you can get hands on him. So as Tyrael gutted this creature, you can jump in there and sort of pick up Nicodemus. And that puts us to Flair's turn.
Okay. Flair stands back up, a broken woman, leg turned almost all the way around. Again, the same leg that Merrick actually regenerated. Her arm is broken too, ribs shattered. She moves forward slightly. And I imagine like the camera's like behind her, like on the ground, and you can see the sand and the bleak just kind of whipping about her, this vicious wind as she struggles forward. She reaches into her cloak and she pulls out something. It's a book. And then it's her journal, and she puts her fingers to her head and she says, Heliodoro. They call him over. Does Heliodoro come?
Absolutely, if I can.
So as you kind of appear from the bleak from her, she takes the book and she's going to toss it to you. She smiles weakly and she says, remember, alloy of eminence, blacksmith. Make sure he gets that, would you? And then she pulls out the heart of winter. And she looks at you and she says, remember, you're the sun and I'm the moon. But sometimes you got to be eclipsed, buddy. And she's going to crush the orb of winter, the heart of winter in her hand. And as the dragon breath is released, she's going to whisper a word. And she's going to freeze Heliodoro and the entire spirits and the soul of the ice dragon, of the winter dragon itself, harder than Convictus armor, for he will be the one member of Onslaught to survive. She will die, she knows, but he will still survive with her journal. And as she does this, the Bleak is drawn to this act because, again, dragon breath injects pure magic into the world, and to release so much at once into the one spot, just as we saw tendrils funneling into Merrick's body, it's almost as if the entire storm is now centered around Heliodoro, as if his icy tomb is now the eye of this hurricane, essentially. And as it's whipping around everyone, Blair simply moves forward, and she leans against the edge of it, against the edge of her son. And she puts her hands to her temples again, and she says to the members who are still conscious, can't save us all. Figured he'd be the one to make it, eh?
And as this occurs, the rip, a tear opens again into this desolation. This act of merging this bleak with this dragon breath, this imminence, sort of rips the floor yet again. And through this gash in the earth itself, it's either stay here and take your chances with this exploding dragon, or take your chances with the desolation and hope that someday you can find a way out. I will give each of you a choice. If you do stay topside, you will, after a full round, after you've all had a chance, you will have to make a few pretty tough saves and there's a great chance you wouldn't make it through the explosion, though you may. So I will leave it entirely up to you. So if you guys want to go ahead and let me know, and you can obviously interject in that and all that stuff. So Nicodemus, it would properly be your turn.
Well, I mean, I'm still unconscious. I have an idea, but I need to be healed first. I need to be conscious to do it.
I think with Jackals and all that, I mean, I don't want to hand wave it too much, but you spent plenty of time in the belly. I would imagine when Heliodoro pulled you out, he would at least do a decent medicine check to get you awake. I'm not saying you have. I mean, I would give you like 1 hit die of hit points.
That's plenty. What I would do is I would use that copper attunement, and I would tell everyone, get as close to me as possible. I need them all to be within 10 feet of me immediately. Can we all like go around Jake since he's frozen? Would you guys be okay doing that?
Yeah, it's up to you guys. But Jake is now, he's like this frozen ice statue of a monk.
Okay. What I would want to do, get everyone within 10 feet, and I would want to cast Force Cage over us in a box that is a 10-foot square, and nothing, specifically it says nothing, can hold on to solid barrier that prevents any matter from passing through it and blocking any spells cast into or out of the area within this force cage.
And how big is the cage, you say?
10 by 10 cube.
Okay. If you guys can fit in a 10 by 10 cube with that many dudes, I will allow it.
So with one person taking up 5 feet, I think that would be 4 of us, and then Jake's icy tomb outside.
Well,
and that's 5 feet of reach for a
True.
attack. So I would allow it, honestly. I think because, listen, I've ridden to many a concert in a Hyundai Excel. I know how many people can fit when you need to make it happen. I'll allow it if you guys would like to do that.
That's what I would try to do. But once I do it, no one can get out of it unless I choose. So
forever. No.
No, for 1 hour is the duration, or until I end it. But yeah, that's what I would do. I would call everybody to get close, get around Jake, and just put this box around us that we cannot see out of.
Is anyone opposed to that?
I'm not going anywhere if these guys aren't, so I'm sticking with them. And if it means going into this force cage, so be it.
I don't really have a choice.
Merrick is actually going to make it real close to them, and then he's going to stop just outside of the radius. And as they're kind of like waving him forward and starting to reach for him, he turns to him and he says, "I'm afraid my dance card's full." He turns around, and you see him begin to start conjure more forces. He doesn't know how, but he's going to do anything he can to try and save the other jackals that can't get in this force cage. And frankly, none of his spells are going to work. But he's going to stay there until he's dead with this thing.
And
so, go ahead.
For the final narration, Flare actually, she's going to stand there with her broken arm and broken leg, and she's going to see the Ten of Desolation. The alloy of eminence's words are that we are the smiths of creation and destruction, but we cannot do that without information. We cannot do that without understanding. This thing has come out of the desolation and wiped out two entire chapters of Copperal Jackals. This thing was strong enough to bend continents to its knees, to crush kingdoms, and there might be more like it out there, somewhere in the desolation, somewhere waiting for a bleak storm to come through. Flare knows that if this is true, and it most certainly is, then someone needs to be able to gather information on this. Someone needs to know how to stop it eventually. She blows an aloof kiss to Nicodemus as he makes the force cage, and then she's going to fall backwards into the terror and the desolation to study this realm, this world, directly herself, and if she ever makes it out, to be able to come out with the knowledge to make sure that no other jackal or hero ever has to suffer through this again.
And as she blows Nicodemus the kiss, he would use that copper attunement, and she would hear him in her head as she fell the mantra of the Unfallen. Loyal until death and beyond.
And she simply replies, Sundera Complice.
And with that, instant decimation. The white wisp of smoke that immediately plumes out is quiet and deadly, but the force wave that pushes that cage, nothing passes through it, but it rolls as this red wave of heat and death pushes in a mile in every direction. And Merrick, I'm going to need you to make saving throws. And you have to do 3 of them, essentially.
Merrick fails them all. He's going to be consumed by the arcane energies. There's just too much going on here. He's trying to channel every spell slot he's got. If the blast doesn't kill him, that will. He's just got no hope in this situation.
And he evaporates into the bleak. And on its teetering edge, as this explosion just rips apart our prime material plane, the force cube falls into the desolation. And all goes black. And from a distance, from the Titan's maelstrom, which is oddly shaped much like a giant sword, the first Jackal stands at the helm and he says, I guess I didn't bring this sword in time. As a prologue, we start low on a skittering creature in the desolation. We pan up over and sweep into this huge valley. Creatures on all sides, teeming and swarming. In the middle, the murder arc. Copper jackals around it, blasting, slicing, destroying, and eviscerating. Those of you who survived are in the fray as creatures come in droves. And that's where we're going to end the game.
Whew. That is the best Copper Jackals game that has ever happened. It is. There's nothing that beats that. Nothing beats that.
That was like 2 games.
That was 2 games.
That whole first half, that was a whole thing unto itself, a whole unique, tense challenge.
A double bill.
And then, it was a double header, and it was freaking awesome.
Oh, it was incredible, man.
I got my terrain challenge right at the beginning. That was great.
Yeah, and Chris, I was going to throw in an enemy druid, like working with the dragon, but I thought it didn't feel right at the time. Like it had good, it was a good thought, and then when it started to happen, I was like, nah, it's got to be them versus the dragon.
And each of you were trying to kill yourselves. Like, just get in the force cage, guys, please. It was so sad. It was like each of you wants to make the sacrifice. They were like, no, I'm going to stay outside. No, I'm going to stay outside.
It's the RP, man.
I know, I love it, man. It was great. It was so cool.
It was awesome. And thank you all who stayed with us for this long. I mean, the game, we had tech difficulties in the beginning, and I think we got kind of a later start than I wanted. And then I had a choice. I could either cut the dragon fight short and have the Titan's Maelstrom show up and kind of stab it, and make that happen. But I thought, I'm not going to shortchange guys. They worked really hard, and I want them to have an opportunity to do this. Thank you all. It was a blast. I think Jake said this in the chat. If you guys weren't Copper Jackals, that dragon would have just ate you 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Void dragons don't play no games.
Easy, yeah. Wow.
I'd say though, you don't see a lot of, level 14 and high level stuff. I think it's because if you're not, CJAX, it's just going to destroy you. But it was pretty interesting to play that high level and see the amount of damage. Chris dropping 1,000 damage. That's just incredible, man. I mean,
It was crazy.
Really unique situation.
Yeah.
Not to get super scared of 5th edition yet.
But you still thought of it, and that was clever. That was impressive that you still thought about that mechanic. And if you can utilize the mechanic to do it, hey, it's not against the rules. So I was still impressed.
No, I was impressed with that too, man. It was really cool. Really cool.
Yeah, good thinking, because I thought for sure, okay, they're going to wipe, because even if they kill this dragon, it has this thing that basically blows them up. It does. It's called Collapsing Star, and that's what makes it such a high challenge rating. Now, so what I was doing, I was using the Void Dragon from the Tome of Beasts. That's
great.
Oh, dude, it was great. And so for the first, go ahead.
I said that whole book is solid. If you don't have it, it's worth it.
It's worth it. It's $20, and it's got so many monsters in there, and they're all really cool. Like, not just for the obvious usage, but everything you can do can be reskinned. Some of these abilities and stuff. Like, so I'll also do a quick reveal as far as what I was doing. So the creatures that were in that, I called the section Ashen Blood. It was when the first bomb went off and you guys were saving the recruits.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2 creatures out of the book. One of them is called I don't know how to pronounce it, Theolai. The wolf I basically reskinned it's like this ice wolf, and it has like freezing breath.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Howl of the Maddening. That's what you guys were suffering from. If you fail it, you roll a d8 and it says 1, act normally, 2 to 4, babble incoherently, 5 to 6, you do damage to yourself, 7 to 8, attack the nearest target, select randomly if more than 1. I took that part out because I thought it was way cooler to let you guys pick. And then the other one, the tentacles, is just this really long mandrill. It's this like mandrill with really long arms. And I thought, nope, that's going to be like tentacles. So it's called an arboreal grappler.
Ooh, yeah. I had those for my Gorillas in the Midst game, and they never encountered it. But I killed Marquise with the
white ape.
With the white ape.
Yeah. Dude, yeah. So buy this book, so even awesome. If you reskin everything.
Yeah. There's so much awesome in that book.
So because I want to be the one to do it, Marquise, you're invited to a Copper Jackal game where the bad guy will basically have Merrick's build.
Yeah, dude. Is he going to kill me? Or is Tim running it so Tim can... Because Tim, I'm not going to let this count as you killing me. I kind of jumped in myself.
Dude, man, listen, it wasn't over. You killed yourself, but... Anyway, well, I was going to say, if I can, I want to end the streams, because I think we should probably get over to the closing ceremonies if they're not over yet. I feel bad that we went so far over.
Recorded though, so that's good.
Oh yeah, so I'll watch them. So then I have a little bit of time. I'll stick around for another 9 or 10 minutes.
I was going to say, if anyone's going to buy any book, I think we should make the point in saying that you could not play such epic games as this if you do not have Copper Jackals, man. Like, this was insane. This is awesome.
Yeah, and it's on sale through this weekend, $4.95 for like 140 or 150 pages of all these mechanics, and it was a blast. Jake, what were you going to say?
So, spoiler alert for my game that was right before this. Chad's in the chat here. He was in that game. I thought it was so fitting, the ending here, because my players went up against they were all playing as dragons. They were all adult dragons. And they went up against a Tiamat construct. And when they destroyed it, it exploded. And they had to deal with the fact that at the end there was a dragon that was destroyed and exploded. So I thought it was kind of fitting, kind of interesting. Although yours was a much more dangerous explosion, I'll say.
Dude, it's sick.
Like a reskin fireball, basically.
The collapsing star is 3 waves of damage that do medium 55 for each wave. And so it actually is a DM's note in the book on the Void Dragon that specifically says when you run this, you will more than likely kill all your players, even if they do kill this. And really, you need to have them like build up like a campaign to it to study this thing, because otherwise, when you run this, you will kill everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to throw it out there just in case. I was like, dude, I'm gonna blow everybody up.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but it's been a great day. But I am beat from watching Jake's crafting at midnight last night.
Dude,
Several games today. I'm beat. It's been blast, but I think I'm going to take a week off from D&D for a while.
No kidding, right? And thank you all for watching. We had tons of viewers. Thank you all. Love you guys. Just continue to support Child's Play. The event is over, but we obviously can continue to support that. So if you find this on BrigadeCon.org, or if you find this on the Tabletop Terrors YouTube channel, go to BrigadeCon.org and just donate $1 for Child's Play. It makes the difference. It makes all the difference. It's pretty late. I'm going to forego, if you guys are cool with it, I'm going to forego any outros or anything like that. And we'll just call it, it's Chris from Drop Dice. Check out his YouTube channel. Jake from Mini Terrain Domain. Check out his YouTube channel. It's Rob from Performance Check. It is Drake from the RPG Construct. And it is Marquise from Stereotypical Strider and A Point of Inspiration. Love you all. Thank you for letting me run a Copper Jackals game for BrigadeCon. And until next time, Sundara Compress.